morning at 4 a.m., I get up and drive back to Fort Meade.
Can you feel energy flow?
You can feel everything in the out-of-body condition. For instance, once you get control of it, then Bob would start giving me things to do. He'd say, go to the location in the envelope. And I'd go to whatever that location was. And I'd be in the out-of-body state. And I'd report to him what I was finding. On this one occasion, he sent me to the Basilica in Rome. It was in the envelope. The altar in the center of the Basilica of Rome. So I landed there in the out-of-body condition, and there was a beam of white light that came through the center of the dome and just splattered on the floor. It filled the whole room with light. And I told him, this is a place of light. It's a column of just what looks like liquid energy light coming through the center of a dome. And he said, put your hand in it. Put my hand in it. I went, oh, wow. And he said, what are you feeling? And I said, perfection. What do you mean? I don't know. Don't want to move. Just want to be here. It felt like unconditional love, perfection. And then I said, housed in a box of broken glass or something like that. So, okay, fine. Pull your hand out. Why? Because I said so. I'll come in there and jerk you out of that bed. No, he didn't say that. But he'd say it's time to leave or something, and I would do that. But we did that for quite a while, and then people showed up while I was in the box, and I was taking a nap because we had been working for quite a while. And this is months later. They showed up to test me. And so I got 2 targets, which I was tested on. And I did the 2 targets, wrote it all out afterwards, and gave it to the representatives from the DOD. And after which they said, don't do this anymore.
What is your reaction to that?
My reaction to that is, oh, you don't like the result. So now I'm not supposed to do it anymore. If it had been the result you wanted, then I would be doing it some more. That's how I felt in my head and everything. The one target, the second target that I did.
Let me, if you don't mind, can I rewind?
Sure.
So you were poisoned in an assassination attempt. You had an out-of-body experience.
Yeah.
Then they wanted to study you in the wing of some psych ward or hospital or something under medical supervision.
I don't think it was study. I think they were trying to determine whether I had irreversible brain damage or whether or not I was still sane and straight.
From there, you went to be trained by Bob Monroe on out-of-body experiences.
No. From there, I finished a complete another tour.
Okay.
In Germany, northern Thailand, did some things in other countries, and then came back to the States, made warrant, was in charge of my MOS, and then recruited by the psychic program, developed my psychic abilities to the point that some have said it's the best in the world. And that's when they decided, well, maybe it would be even better if you could go out of body to a target.
Okay.
And collect data.
Let's stay in chronological order. If that's okay, I would like to revisit this. Why do you think that so many people who have out of body experiences, I've had several on the show who have had out of body experience in combat from being shot in the head or leg blown off.
I can understand it.
Why do you think that? Why is it a near death experience that seems to always trigger the initial out of body experience?
I think it's as close to death as you can ever come and still be here. That's what I think. Now, can it be generated? Yeah, you could generate it, but only within limited circumstances in terms of targeting something. The second target I did is a good example. They gave me a picture of a building. And they said, we're not going to tell you where this building is. Your charge here, the mission, A, find the building. Once you found it, countries, nobody cares. Find this building. Once you find the building, go to I can't remember, it was second or third floor. Pass through the wall. Go down the hallway, find the bank vault door, pass through the vault door into we'll call it a lab. Go to the northwest corner and there's a table, and on the table is an object. Push your face into the object, collect as much data as you can, wake yourself up and draw it to detail in scale on a piece of paper. That was my mission. It took me 2.5 weeks of out of bodies just to find the building. And when I found the building, it took 3 or 4 out of bodies to get to the vault room. But I was finally able to pass through the vault door, which is an experience in itself. Passing through a vault door, you can actually feel it. It's like peeling your way through an onion with your molecular shape. I don't know how to explain that, but it's like you can feel every molecule as you pass through it. I don't think it's so much the material as it's the denial of access that does that to you. I can't explain it. But you get inside the room and you go to the northwest corner. I'm not sure I was at the northwest corner. I just went to wherever the table was. And there was an object about this size on the table, and I pushed my face into it, and I memorized it in detail. Tried to understand how the parts interworked with each other, that kind of thing. And then woke myself up, and I went in. I had a drafting table in my home, and I drew a detailed picture of it. And I rolled it up, put it in a tube, and mailed it to the people that had tasked me. They came out some weeks later, 2 guys, and they said, we have some questions we want to ask you. And I said, fine. They said, where did you take high energy physics? And I said, I have never taken high energy physics anywhere. Okay, who do you know that's a high energy physicist? And I said, I know one guy, Ed May. He's my good buddy from the lab, LFR, Laboratories for Fundamental Research. I've known him in the remote viewing area since I started. I said, I know him. He's a low energy physicist. I don't know any high energy physicists. Okay. where do you check your books out? What libraries? And I was like, oh, come on. I'm starting to think, you don't believe what I did. You think I just psychically figured out what it was, and I've asked people in detail about it. No, we just really want to know where you sign your books out. So I gave them permission letters to go to the 2 libraries I used and ask, what books did he sign out? That sort of thing. I think they were very badly misled when they saw what books I signed out. So I got the idea that they didn't believe what happened, and it pissed me off. So I said I could build something better than what I saw.
What did you see?
I'm not sure. Some kind of a trigger or something.
For
a device of some kind. I don't know. But I knew I could build one better just by going into light fiber. This is a copper wire thing. I said I could speed it up 100,000 times with light fiber. In fact, I could make it so fast it would get warm when it runs, or hot even, and melt down. So I'd have to put it in an acrylic cube and run coolant through it. So I did all that, and I drew it in detail, but it was down to about twice the size of a pack of cigarettes. And I drew it to scale in detail with lots of notes and stuff. The big thing was there was a trigger in it. I don't know if there are certain things that if you put too much power to them, it'll kill a city. To shut all the power down. It's like the big lights over a football field. If you just snap a switch and turn them all on at one time, the city goes dead, goes dark. So they have these switches that are slow build switches. They come on very slowly, and the lights come on very dim, and they start brightening, and eventually they come up to operating speed. That way the light doesn't explode when it's suddenly lit and all the power is going to the lights and that sort of thing. Well, I needed one of those switches, and I couldn't find one. I went to 3 or 4 different electronic places. So I finally found a switch that would work, and I drew that into the plan. And I roll it up, put it in a tube, and mail it. They showed up the next day. Non-disclosure agreements. Never promised never to draw this again, ever. Don't show this to anybody. Don't talk about it in detail with anybody. Blah, blah, blah. So I signed all their papers and said bye. I've never been tasked with another out-of-body target.
Can I ask why you signed those papers?
Because I didn't give a shit.
Did it bother you that somebody was having you sign documents basically saying we're going to limit your mental capacity?
No, because I can still go out of body anytime I want. I can still do things out of body. I just don't tell people about it.
Where was the building?
I don't know. I honestly don't.
How did you find it?
I don't know the answer to that either. I just kept looking everywhere I went out of body. I just kept looking.
How did you begin the search?
The search? Well, I started in this country, and I went to Canada, and then I went to Mexico, and then I spread out from there. I just started looking for something identifiable. And I think there's an inherent way that out of body works. It gets you to what you're looking for if you can maintain the focus long enough.
When you begin the search and you're out of body, is it like a bird's eye view, or are you street level?
I think it's in the out of body condition, it's like you can observe a lot of things simultaneously. You're not limited to what we're limited to in the body.
Is it intuition?
Yeah, for lack of a better word, it's more than that, but that comes close to it.
You're experiencing multiple locations at the same
time, right?
And you're able to process.
Oh yeah, just in remote viewing, I'm able to process vast amounts of data because everything I get from a remote viewing standpoint, I don't necessarily retain. I get it, I start stacking it in different columns. One thing relates to another. I move columns around. Then I collapse it back down to something that's definable. And then I start deciding what I will use and what I won't use. I throw things out, I add things in. By the time I sketch something on a piece of paper, it's usually some time invested in the remote viewing. I just don't put everything down like I used to. When I first started in remote viewing, you have a tendency to write everything down. It's too slow. That's not how the brain works. The brain works rapidly, very fast. And it's an intuitive action because you're not wasting your time on things that don't apply. You're only going with what applies. And in remote viewing, you come to a basic understanding for what it is you're looking for. And then you try to define it in the way it's being used. So I should have brought some really good examples of my remote viewing with me, where most people write a few words and do some sketchy stuff. I'll draw detail. An example would be, if you want to hear an example.
Absolutely. I would like to hear an example.
Okay. There was an agency came to us and said, can you track a spy? And we said, piece of cake. That's what I said. Piece of cake. My buddy, Dr. May, said, yeah, I think we could do it. And I said, what's in it for us? Because I was working for the lab at the time. And I knew that's what he would say. And they said, we'll give you, I don't know, I can't remember now how much it was. Let's say $250,000. If you can prove you can track a spy, we'll give you $250,000. And so we said, sure, piece of cake. So my targeting material, you ready for this? Social Security number. What does that tell you about a spy? You don't know if it's a 14-year-old or an 85-year-old. Mm-hmm. You don't know if it's male or female. You don't know if it's Chicago or San Francisco or New York City, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That was my targeting material. And we'll call you on the phone at different times and ask you to tell us where our spy is. Okay. So, first call I got was like 3 months later at 12:30 midnight when I was out on the West Coast working in the lab. But when I first arrived, I was in San Francisco staying with a psychologist that we had working at the lab, a guy named Nevin Lance. So I'm staying in his home with him and his wife. And he gets awakened at 12:30 midnight. Hey, there's some guy on the phone that says he wants to talk to you. He woke me up. So I went to the kitchen and I answered the phone. Tell us where our spy is. So I said, okay. And I hung up and I drew a picture of, I'll think of it in a minute, Altoona Pass down near I want to say Palo Alto, but it's way further south than that. It's where they built the first group of wind generators. It's called Altoona Pass. So I drew hills, and I put in the towers, and I put the rotating things on them. And I drew dotted lines together. I said, it's a big electrical grid. It's collected by the wind. It's a wind generating area. And he's parked by the central tower in a rental car. That's exactly where he was.
Holy
and it's a perfect drawing of Altoona Pass. So
what do these what do they say to that? Are they in disbelief?
they didn't say a word to us. We just sent them that. So they said, okay, thank you. Didn't say a word. Dr. May says, I'd only give you 99% on this one if it's true, because you didn't tell me what color the rental car is. So we're kidding with each other about that stuff, okay? So time goes by a few months, and I get another request. I don't know, it was 2 PM or something. They just interrupted something I was doing. Can you tell us where our spy is? And I said, I worked on such and such a date at such and such a time. Where was our spy? So it's middle of the day. The time and date, I have no idea, other than it's like early morning hours on some day of the week. Just passed. So I drew a corner of a lab place, put in parking lots, roads, trees lining the roads, T-shaped building right in the center. And I said, your spy is in the T-shaped building, which is otherwise known as the A building. That's the name of it, A building. He's at the top floor, center of the T-shape. He's facing out through a picture window. You might otherwise call this the director's office. It's 12:30 midnight. He's got his feet crossed up on the director's desk, and he's smoking one of the director's illegal Cuban cigars. And so we sent him the picture. Now, Ed showed the picture to some other people, and they all went, oh, yeah, that's the west gate of Lawrence Livermore Laboratories. That's where they build nuclear weapons. Where do you think he was sitting? In the director's chair, 12:30, looking out of his picture window at the rest of the lab, smoking one of his Cuban cigars. That was the second hit. Wow. The third hit, they said, okay, you've demonstrated you can probably track a spy. That's nice. Tell us what he's doing. He's a creative kind of guy, so tell us what he's doing. He's in the middle of the desert. He's got 2 big tractor trailer trucks, vans, and he's working inside the vans, and he's testing a piece of equipment. It's a microwave equipment. It's operating on this frequency band, and it's got a 60-degree bandwidth, and he's targeting electronic equipment at a little over 60 to 150 yards for destructive purposes. Oh, and his hobby is he loves to drive for lunch. He likes to go over to this solar experimental station and watch the mirrors make a miniature sun on the end of a tower. He loves to see that stuff. That's all we said. So they came back and said, maybe you'd like to see what he was actually working on. And so Ed and I said, sure. So they flew us out to Sandista Desert. We're in a military car driving down the dirt road, and we come over a hill, and they stopped us. They had a block on the road. They had this arm down. The solar station, the experimental station, is doing a test. So you could actually smell the ozone in the air with these mirrors when they made a miniature sun on top of the tower. It's crackling up there. You could smell the ozone. I mean, it was beautiful. Wow. And the whole experiment ends. Oh, and Ed's looking at the driver. He's saying, you know, if you had a bag, I'd put it over this guy's head because he's not supposed to be reporting on this. So they lift the guard gate. So we head on down the road and we see this dust cloud coming down the side road from the solar array. And it pulls out in the road right in front of us and accelerates away down the road. And so we follow that dust cloud and pull into the same place. 2 big vans sitting on tractor trailer trucks. And it's exactly what I drew. I drew like, 15 drawings, about 75 pages of transcript. And they gave all that material to an independent agency, and they said exactly what it did and said they could build it. And that's exactly what he was doing, what I said he was doing. And what they came back and said was, our spy has no hobbies. And we asked the guy where he was coming from for lunch. He said, oh, it's kind of my hobby. I go over there for lunch to watch the solar array. We made sure we put it in his statement in the letter we sent back to him. So he said, that's wow. The only thing I had wrong. That's an example of my viewing at the end of my 7-year career at Fort Meade.
You still have those sketches?
Yeah. I can send them to you.
That would be great. We'd like to overlay them over the interview.
Yeah.
Joe, let's take a break.
Okay.
When we come back, I want to talk about how you were recruited into the remote viewing program.
That's a good idea.
Perfect. I want to tell you about this business venture I've been on for about the past 7-8 months, and it's finally come to fruition. I've been hell-bent on finding the cleanest functional mushroom supplement on the planet, and that all kind of stemmed from the psychedelic treatment I did, came out of it, got a ton of benefits, haven't had a drop of alcohol in almost 2 years. I'm more in the moment with my family, and that led me down researching the benefits of just everyday functional mushrooms. And I started taking some supplements. I found some coffee replacements. I even repped a brand, and it got to the point where I just wanted the finest ingredients available, no matter where they come from. And it got to this point where I was just going to start my own brand. And so we started going to trade shows and looking for the finest ingredients. And in doing that, I ran into this guy, maybe you've heard of him. His name's Laird Hamilton, and his wife, Gabby Reese. And they have an entire line of supplements with all the finest ingredients. And we got to talking. Turns out they have the perfect functional mushroom supplement. It's actually called Performance Mushrooms. And this has everything. It's USDA organic. It's got chaga, cordyceps, lion's mane, maitake. This stuff is amazing for energy balance, for cognition. Look, just being honest, see a lot of people taking care of their bodies. I do not see a lot of people taking care of their brain. This is the product, guys. And so we got to talking, and our values seemed very aligned. We're both into the functional mushrooms. And after a lot of back and forth, I am now a shareholder in the company. I have a small amount of ownership, and I'm just really proud to be repping and be a part of the company that's making the best functional mushroom supplement on the planet. You can get this stuff at lairdsuperfoods.com. You can use the promo code SRS. That'll get you 20% off these performance mushrooms or anything in the store. They got a ton of good stuff. Once again, that's lairdsuperfoods.com. Use the promo code SRS. That gets you 20% off. You guys are going to love this stuff. I guarantee it.
I want to give a big thank you out right now to all the Vigilance Elite patrons out there that are watching the show right now. Just want to say thank you, guys. You are our top supporters, and you're what makes this show actually happen. If you're not on Vigilance Elite Patreon, I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on in there. So, we do a little bit of everything. There's plenty of behind-the-scenes content from the actual Sean Ryan show. On top of that, basically what I do is I take a lot of the questions that I get from you guys or the patrons, and then I turn them into videos. So we get, right now, there's a lot of concern about self-defense, home defense, crimes on the rise all throughout the country, actually all throughout the world. And so we talk about everything from how to prep your home, how to clear your home, how to get familiar with a firearm, both rifle and pistol, for beginners and advanced. We talk about mindset. We talk about defensive driving. We have an end of the month live chat that I'm on at the end of every month where we can talk about whatever topics you guys have. It's actually done on Zoom. You might enjoy it. Check it out. And if Zoom's not your thing, or you don't like live chats, like I said, there's a library of well over 100 videos on where to start with prepping, all the firearm stuff, pretty much anything you can think of, it's on there. So anyways, go to www.patreon.com/Vigilance Elite, or just go in the link in the description. It'll take you right there. And if you don't want to, and you just want to continue to watch the show, that's fine too. I appreciate it either way. Love you all. Let's get back to the show. Thank you.
All right, Joe, we're back from the break. We're getting ready to dive into how you were recruited for the remote viewing program. Before we do that, I'm curious about your bracelet. Does that have any meaning?
This bracelet?
Yeah, that bracelet.
It's actually, it's kind of somewhat similar to one that I gave my wife. It's made by a congressman who was also a Native American.
Really?
Yeah, in New Mexico, and I happened to be working at the Los Alamos lab at the time.
You worked at Los Alamos?
Well, I worked there in terms of being studied.
Okay.
They did a study for 2 years of hopefully me doing remote viewing, but it was in a mu metal shielded room on a bean bag where they suck the air out of the bag. It matches your body. You lay on your face, and they had a large can filled with liquid nitrogen and 7 squids, what they call squids, subquantum interface devices. And it was pressed with a robotic arm to the back of the skull. And it measured each individual axion firing in the brain whenever we did something. And what they learned is you can't capture remote viewing that way. Second thing they learned is not all thought happens here. It also happens behind your elbow, behind your knee. Your entire nervous system is filled with actual brain cells. So there's thought and action that takes place throughout your nervous system. We actually knew that 8 years before it became public knowledge through somebody else's study. We just got that by accident.
Wow. That's public knowledge, huh?
Yeah. The cool thing was that when we leased the lab to do the study, the people that actually worked in that lab before we leased it from them were told by letter from their boss, stay away from these people. They're nuts. They snuck in anyway and observed what we were doing and read some of what we were writing and that sort of thing. And when our 2-year study was over, we got an application for employment from every single person working in that lab.
Wow.
Because we were doing something more interesting than they were doing in the government lab.
Wow.
So
that is, man, I can't bring anything up without you having something to,
yeah,
it's crazy. It's fascinating.
It's crazy.
I love this interview.
We had people with actual that were Nobel laureates actually made statements to us where they said, even if you proved it beyond the shadow of a doubt, we'd still deny it. Nobel laureates saying that.
Yeah.
I mean, and unfortunately, having done a demonstration in front of the Senate Select Subcommittee for Intelligence way back, I had somebody in that committee tell me in the middle of a demonstration of remote viewing, stood up and said, "Sir, you're doing the work of the devil and you will burn in the fires of hell." And he ran out of the room.
Wow.
That's one of our senior senators actually said that. Made all the hair stand on the back of my neck.
Yeah.
And then when we broke for coffee, had another senior senator give me a big hug, wiping tears out of his eyes. And he said, "You're doing God's work, son. Keep it up." And all the hair stood up on my neck again. It's like, I can't tell you who I'm working for. It's like insanity.
Yeah.
That people go right to that. They go right to theology, religion. In many cases, if I don't blame what I do on God as a gift from God, then I'm the devil himself. But if I said it's God's gift, my son, you are perfect. That kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's we want you on our bandwagon or we don't want you.
Yeah, it's ever since I've been diving into these kind of subjects, everybody wants to tell me how to think, about them. And
don't let them do that.
I guess just like anything else, right? Just like politics. If I don't agree with you,
power.
Let me guess. Now we're going to go into 30 minutes of you trying to convince me why I should think exactly like you,
Yeah.
And let's just save it because I'm not going to.
Not going to happen.
But anyways, grill flame or gondola. Which one is it?
At the beginning, it was called Gondola Wish.
Gondola Wish.
That's when it was an idea in the eye of somebody.
Okay.
Which was basically a Major Keener and Skip Atwater, or Frederick Atwater, who was a first lieutenant at the time.
Okay.
And they both worked for the 902nd Military Intelligence Group, which is a counterintelligence operation. They proposed a project in which it would be pursued.
So how did you get recruited?
Well, I worked for a General Roy at the time. He was the commander of the Intelligence and Security Command for the whole Army, the intelligence business. And as I said, I was running my MOS with a GS-14 in an office directly over his head. And he called me in one morning, or had me come down and talk to him, I should say. And he wanted me to go out to Fort Meade and look at what they were proposing and come back and give him a briefing. He said, "I don't know anything about this subject matter." And I said, "What exactly is it?" And he said, "You'll have to find that out." He didn't want to turn me one way or the other. He wanted me to go check it out. So I spent the whole day there with Lieutenant Atwater and another major at the time. His name was Watt, W-A-T-T. And so I sat there the whole day looking. I was sitting in front of a table covered with nothing but a pile of stuff on psychic functioning. Some of it was stuff that we had purloined from different communist countries. Some of it was stuff out of Inquirer magazine. I mean, it's everything from the trash to the ash. I mean, everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I spent about 4.5 hours sitting there just picking through it. And I saw maybe 2 documents in the whole pile that meant anything to me. The rest was garbage, just complete garbage. What people wanted you to think, what they wanted you to believe, stories written by people who didn't ask the right questions, that kind of crap.
What was your opinion of the psychic remote viewing topic before you were recruited?
Before I was recruited, didn't have an opinion.
Was
I
there
had
any
some-
discussion?
I had some very interesting events in my life, particularly in Vietnam, that were very meaningful to me, but for other reasons. I didn't understand them, but they happened.
Mhm.
An example would be I was at a fire base, and I can't remember the name of it now, but it was in they landed helicopters there, and it was a support fire base. And I was there at TDY. I was there maybe a month running my the ANPRD ones on the Jeep. And I was asked to fulfill a role there if they came under attack. I was a senior staff sergeant, so they said, what we would like you to do is if we come under attack, since you're only here TDY, we want you to go to the bunker with the radios and help to coordinate whatever fire support we get. I said, fine, not a problem. So we came under attack one night, so I took off for the bunker. And just as I got to the bunker, I started down the steps into the bunker, and I took maybe the first 2 steps. I was in a hurry. And somebody yelled, freeze, really loud. So I stopped, and I looked to see who yelled it. And the whole bunker dissolved in front of me, just collapsed. It was hit with, I don't know how many different RPGs or something. Maybe a zapper got inside. I have no idea, but it just collapsed right in front of me. So I would have been inside that bunker when it collapsed, but I wasn't.
That's the
that's one
second time
example.
I've heard that.
Huh?
This is the second time I've heard that.
Yeah. It was a voice out of somewhere, and it stopped me dead in my tracks. Otherwise, I would have been in there.
Wow.
The second time, in our base camp, which is on a hill, quite a distance from the 4th Division, Armored Division, and Pleiku City runway and that sort of stuff, Special Forces camp. We were on like half a hill with the combat engineers. They were on the back side of our hill. We were on the other side. And our side faced this just vast openness of just nothing but scrub as far as you could see. And then it went into the foothills and into the tri-border area. And one of the things that we had there was, like I said, we were living in holes in the ground, which was perfectly all right with us. I mean, it was comfortable unless you took a direct hit, and even then it would maybe go into the mud and you'd get an upward detonation or something and nobody get hurt. Get your brains rattled maybe, but that was it. Well, the engineers came in and built us these big concrete pads with these wooden buildings and put 10 roofs on them. And our commander at the time said, I want everybody to move in there because we're going to bulldoze the holes. And I refused. I said, guys in my tent are not moving, and neither am I. Those are not properly fortified. They're not protected against attack by mortar. Until you got a layer of sandbags on the roof, I'm not moving anybody in there. And I couldn't convince him why it would be dangerous, because we had 4 of those buildings in a row, and everybody started moving in, and we refused. So we're out on a mission. When we came back, our hole was bulldozed over, and we were moved in there. So I told my guys, okay, until they do something to revet the outside of the building and put something over the roof, I want you to sandbag your cots, because at least then you'll have something you can lay up against. Because if something comes through the roof, it's going to pre-detonate above the ground. We're going to get spalling off the concrete floor. It's going to just chew this place up. They ordered me to get all the sandbags out, and I refused to do that. when I wasn't there, the commander came in, gave everybody a direct order. They started taking the sandbags out. I came back that evening. I was really hot. I went and argued with him. Came back in, crashed, fell asleep. Middle of my night that night, we got hit with mortar. We got bracketed by 2 heavy mortars, and I mean, they tore us up. We got all kinds of pre-detonations, lots of wounded. The guy in I had a private room on the end of the barracks. So when I heard him going off, I just rolled off the cot and pulled everything in the room that wasn't attached to anything down on top of me. Everything I owned had holes in it. The guy in the room next to me never got out of his bed. He was hit in the head. It was just feathers everywhere from his pillow. So I was inside having the guys re-sandbag the surviving guys re-sandbagging their cots when the boss came in again. And I just pulled my 45 out, jacked around in it, and laid it on the sandbags and kept stacking the sandbags. And the first sergeant said, maybe you ought to go outside with me, sir. We'll have a discussion about it out here. And he left, and I never saw him again. That was the second time. It was like I knew stuff was going to happen. But the thing that got to me was this kid. I can't even remember the state he was from, but he had a real southern accent, like from Kentucky, or it might have been Tennessee even. I can't remember. But all he wanted to do was make me happy, because I happened to be the sergeant of the guard one night, and so I was in charge of all the bunkers and stuff. So the following morning, when the bunker guys had all been relieved, I told this kid, I said, go out and collect all the loose hand grenades, collect them up, put them in the back of the 3/4-ton truck. I didn't tell him specifically how to do that, but I told him to do that. So he said, yes, sir, right away. And he ran out to do it. And I was talking to someone else, maybe 80 feet away from the bunkers. And the 3/4 was parked over near the side. And he was waving at me, and he was walking to the 3/4-ton truck carrying a gunny sack. And I had this picture in my mind of the open weaving in the gunny sack catching a pin, just getting hung up on a pin. And I started yelling at him and doing this. And he started waving back. And he walked over to 3/4 and turned the gunny sack upside down and shook the grenades into the back of the 3/4-ton truck. And it was a big, big flash, and he was gone. And I just saw that whole thing happening like 60 seconds before it did.
Wow.
So I started paying attention to stuff. If I'd be sitting out on the ground, leaning against the sandbag wall or something, reading a book, and I get this funny feeling, I would get up and walk into the bunker, and we get hit with a couple mortar rounds, things like that. And guys started noticing that. So if I got up and went somewhere, they'd all get up and go with me. Like I went in a bunker, the bunker get really crowded with guys coming in, things like that. And so they said, well, you seem to know when something's going to happen.
So you had articulated this.
Yeah, I was thinking that stuff anyway. So when I went and read this data, this is many years later, I'm doing it for the general. And I went back and told him that I thought there was a threat buried in it. I was serious because there were a couple documents in there.
Is this the table with all this?
Yeah, the table
Okay.
with a mound of stuff on it. There was only maybe 2 or 3 documents in there that I read that I took very seriously, because one was from Russia, 2 were from China, I think, and one might have been Czech or something. But it was research that they had been doing on combat vets, where they would know things. And that resonated with me. And I thought, well, if they're researching that for possible use as a collection tool or a casualty preventive tool of some kind, that's important. And I thought if they're doing it, we should be doing it too, or it would be a threat against us at some point in the future. And I just told the general that. So next thing I knew, he's sending me out to SRI to evaluate it because he wanted to know more about it. And of course, when I went out there, I had a result where I had, they said, oh, I said, so what is this remote viewing stuff? And they said, oh, well, rather than try to explain it, why don't you just do a few and then you'll understand what it's all about. So I did 6 of those in a 2 or 3 day period.
Were you skeptical at all?
Yeah, very. I didn't understand it. In fact, the first one I did, I went into this windowless room on the 3rd floor of the radio physics lab with Russell Targ, who worked there. And we sat there for 30 minutes just talking. And I said, so what is this stuff? And he said, well, just give it another few minutes. And after some time, he said, okay, it's 9 o'clock and Hal Putoff is gone somewhere. Well, it's randomly chosen. We don't know where he is. I don't know where he is. Nobody knows. Describe what he's seeing and where he's standing. And I said, okay, how do I do that? He says, well, what pops in your head? And so I described a place with thousands of crystals. So crystals everywhere. They're all beautiful crystals. Sunlight goes through them, splays out in different colors. And there's like a building there, but it's like a pillow. It's built like this, like a big pillow. And he said, are there any distinctive colors? And I said, yeah, one. Everything's white. Everything white. Well, almost everything. And he said, well, what's the other color? And I said, well, that pillow is a different color. It has red. No, it's white. No, it's red. And he said, okay, Joe, you got to settle on one or the other, red or white. Okay, it's white with kind of a red in it. No, it's red with kind of a white in it. And he started getting angry with me. He said, just tell me what color the building is. I said, okay, here it comes. You ready? red-white/white-red. That's the color, in quotes. And he said, that's not a color. I said, it is now. Learn to live with it. That's what I actually said. And so we get a call. Hal Putoff tells him where we are, where he is. So we get in the staff car and we ride out there, Russell Targ and I, with a driver because he's legally blind. And I would ride with him if he was driving. So we get there. And what it is, it's right on the bay, and it's a place where they process seawater for salt. So mounds of salt everywhere, and salt's a white crystalline form. And in the center of all this mounds of white salt is a Quonset hut. And it's enameled white, but rust is bleeding through all over it from this heavy salt content. And Russell's standing there at the entry where we walked in. He's just standing there and he's staring, and he said, that's about a perfect color that you gave it. So that's one of the first place matches I got later when it was independently judged.
Are you doing this? I mean, what is the experience like? They tell you Hal Putoff standing in a spot. We don't know where he is. Describe it.
Mm-hmm.
You go, how? They
Yeah.
say, just tell us what pops in your head.
Yeah.
I mean, are your eyes
And that's
open?
what's popping in my head.
Your eyes open? Are we
Oh,
like,
yeah. Wide
like right
open,
now?
like we're
Like,
talking right now.
and it's this image
It's just popping in my head. It's like
how clear is it?
clear as a bell,
Like you're there.
like you're there. Only you don't know exactly what it is. You millions of crystals in piles everywhere. So the tiny little salt crystals are looking big to me, but there's big mounds of them. Okay, you
Okay.
understand?
Yep.
It's sort of distorted a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
but what you could say about it is absolutely clear. Mounds of crystals everywhere. Well, that's what salt is. And the color was bleeding, literally. The red was just this wavery kind of stuff bleeding through the enamel from years of sitting next to the salt, I guess.
Can you see the visualizations from different angles?
Yeah.
Can you walk through them?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Can you touch them?
Yeah.
And you can feel them.
Mm-hmm. And I think where the mistake's made is in the term remote viewing. That implies seeing it. You kind of aren't seeing it, but you are. What it is, it's a compilation of all of your senses. Most people go into remote viewing thinking, I'm going to see something, and so they're totally and completely dependent on their eyes. It's not just your vision. It's your smell. It's your taste. It's your feeling. It's your emotions about it. It's everything that you could possibly sense if you were standing in the middle of it. Everything you could possibly say about it that's right, but it's as though you don't know. You've never seen it before in your whole life. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of masked that way. So where they make a mistake is they make a mistake in naming things or having the need to say what it is. No, nobody wants to know what it is. They want descriptors of it that come to you based on your senses, all of your senses. So if I'm doing a target and let's say I'm just going to throw out a hypothetical. Let's say it's a CIA guy and he wants to know what this spy was caught in South Africa and turned over to our country, and he's a Russian spy. And when he was caught, they haven't been able to determine how he encrypted his messages going back to Russia. That's more important than catching the spy. Okay. So they need to know that. So they come to us with that task. Tell us how he encrypted his messages. So they might write that out. How did the spy from South Africa encrypt his messages? And they put it in a double wrapped opaque envelope. And they put A on it. And I go in a room and they throw the envelope with A on it on a table. And they say, tell us about A. And I just sit there and think about it. And what pops in my head, I tell them.
But you don't know what's in the envelope.
I have no idea what's in the envelope. It doesn't matter. What happened over time, as an example, initially, they knew they couldn't send somebody to a place in Russia that they want to know about. So how do we get that? Well, we could use GPS locations. So they would write out the GPS site and they would give that to the viewer. And I was nailing GPS sites like crazy. So they said, obviously, Joe has an eidetic memory and he's memorized important GPS locations in Russia. No, that's not possible. There's too many. What is actually happening is I'm actually getting to the target without the GPS site. So to prove it, we said, okay, if you believe that, take the GPS locations, put them in a double wrapped opaque envelope you can't see through. Don't say anything. Just throw the blank envelope on the table. And guess what? You still get the same target. Okay. So inevitably, somebody carrying a target from the CIA would show up at our office and they go, oh, geez, I left the envelope on my desk at Langley. And we'd say, okay, write down the target in the envelope I left on my desk at Langley. And guess what? Still works. So it's something else gets you to the target. What we think it is, and I wrote a paper on this 35 years ago, it's intention, attention to detail about the target, and expectation for outcome. And if you stop and think about it, if you don't have those three things, your job, no matter what it is in the world, is not going to work. Those are the three things you absolutely have to have.
Can you say those again, please?
Intention, attention to detail, and expectation for outcome. If you have solidified those three things, talked about them with the group of people you work with, I guarantee you success in the world, no matter what it is you're doing. Doesn't matter. That's how humans operate. It's how we think. It's where we go with our head. It's what gets us there. It's in everything we do, and nobody wants to believe it. And when I wrote the paper 35 years ago, they said, nobody cares about this paper. Today they're saying, oh, maybe it's one of the top 3 most seminal papers ever written. Why? Because every manufacturing company in the world, if they don't pay attention to that, they don't succeed. Every company in the world where they do original thought or creation or construction or whatever, they don't follow those rules, ain't going to succeed. There's nothing that we do as human beings that will ever happen if we don't pay attention to those 3 things. That's a simple recipe for how psychic functioning works. It's the same thing. It's where original thought is generated. It comes out of our mind. It's something we've never done before. It's new. It's creative. It's no one's ever thought of this. How could this possibly have not been thought of? Same place. Comes out of the same place. So why wouldn't original thought about a target somewhere not happen at the same time with the same strength as it does with a psychic functioning person, as someone going over tons of information, trying to analyze their way through to an answer? It's the same thing. No difference.
Did you know that you were the first one to be implemented into the program?
Yes, I knew I was the first one that was recruited.
Had they articulated why you?
No, what they did is they said they let it happen by course. What they did is they went out and they looked at, they went out to all the commanders that they knew and they said, give us the names of all the people that you have working for you that seem to always come up with the answer, seem to always be the right person in the right, seem to be the most creative people in answering the problems you have to face, no matter what it is. And they came back with, I don't know, 1,300 people or 1,500 people in INSCOM. Then out of that, they said, okay, we want to review the top 20% of those people. So they went through and they weeded out a whole bunch of stuff. And they came to maybe 130 people. They started interviewing everybody. And they reached a point where they had maybe 30 people were coming out on top. I happened to be in the 30 people. And I think that was more to do with General Royas sending me there and saying, I think this guy would be a good recruit. By virtue of the fact that he had brought me back, made me a warrant, put me in charge of my MOS. He did that because of my history, I think, because of the field reports, everything that anybody had ever heard of me about. I spent more time overseas. I did 6.5 hardship tours. Nobody does that unless they love what they're doing. And so he sent my name in. So I came out in the top 30. And then Russell Targ and Hal Putoff came from SRI to Fort Meade. And we were personally interviewed by each one of them. Hal Putoff and Russell had decided that since I had the 6 results I had, and from my interview, that I absolutely had to be in the 3 people they were going to choose. They were only choose 3 people because that's what they said their funding could cover. When they did the interviews, they kept coming up with 6 names. Well, the government said, no, we're not going to give you any more money than we're giving you. So they said, okay, we'll do it for 6 people. So they collected the 6 of us, and we all went to SRI and learned more about remote viewing, and Katie bar the door. That's what happened. We started getting tasked. Originally, it was supposed to be a 3-year project. First year recruitment. It took about a year to do that. Second year was training, and training consisted of doing it over and over and over and over and over because nobody knew how to train this stuff. It was practice. See who got better, who didn't, that sort of thing. All 6 of us got better at it. I had 24 straight failures.
Really?
Yeah. My ego got in the way, and I knew that. And it just took a while for me to beat it back.
How did you control it?
You don't. You give it another job to do. I give mine math problems. I give it thoughts that I got to work through while I'm doing a remote viewing. I don't let the ego play. What happens with many people is they have a resounding success the first time. And the reason why is the ego goes, I don't know what's going on here. I've never been exposed to this before. So I'm going to step out of this and see what happens. I am not going to fail. The ego steps out, resounding success. The ego jumps back in and goes, okay, I know what's going on now. I'm in charge. Failure, 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 failure. Because the ego thinks it knows what it's doing, and it doesn't have a clue. So you got to keep the ego busy. And you can sidestep it, push it over here and have it do something else that egos are good at while you're doing the viewing. And that's kind of a split mental function that I do. I still do it. I've done this for better than 44 years now. And I still fight battles with my ego. You can't have an ego and do remote viewing.
What is the ego?
The ego? I think that's a protective part of us that looks out for our benefit.
Where does it come from?
Where does it come from?
Mm-hmm.
Competitive side of man. It's our need to be on top, be the best, do the one thing that we do the best, or whatever you want to call it. Be the producer, be the guy who generates the most. However you want to look at it, it's you got to be on top. That's counterproductive in remote viewing. It's counterproductive in a lot of things, actually. What I learned by being in intelligence for as many years is by the time I got to remote viewing, I had already learned that nobody knows who I am. When I do something and it works out really, really well, it's because nobody knows who I am and never will know who I am. That doesn't matter. What matters is success in the job. In other words, if part of your function is to keep whole units from being decimated in combat, that's what you do. And you don't take credit for it. You don't want credit for it because it will erode your job quality. It erodes the very function that you're out there trying to do. I don't think 2 times in my life did I get a direct order to do anything as an intelligence guy. I saw the job, I saw the problem, and I did it. I didn't ask for permission. I didn't have somebody tell me to go do it. I just went and did it. I've always done that because that's how I was brought up in the intelligence business. I had good trainers. I had people with me who said, no, you don't get credit for this. There are no awards here. Your job, that's your job, keeping these guys alive by giving them the information they need, doing what they need to stay alive in the field. It's like somebody said to me once, oh, well, you did a lot of recon, so you really know what combat's all about. I said, no. Recon is you don't get discovered. Nobody knows you've been there. You're good at hiding. There's no combat there.
Yeah.
You stay alive for other people. You know, I've been in places where I watched the NBA going by me to the battle. And I was down in the corner going, and you got another group coming over the hill, you know? That's stupid.
At what point did it become the Stargate program?
Well, let's see. It was Gondola-ish, then it was Grill Flame. It was Grill Flame until we got outed by President Carter. President Carter stood up in front of a bunch of news people and said, you know that Tu-122 Bear bomber we've been looking for that disappeared 2 years ago? Everybody's been looking for it. Well, we found it. And we've turned it over entirely to the Russians. And one of the reporters said, how did you find it? And he said, we used our psychics. And he was holding in his arm a green folder with a red stripe, and it said Grill Flame on it.
Cat's out of the bag.
Hour later, everything changed, and we became center lane. So we were center lane for a while until somebody else, we had a congressman by the name of Rose. Everybody called him Rubber Lips Rose because you couldn't tell him anything that wasn't on the news an hour later. So he started talking about us. Center lane disappeared and the Sunstreak appeared, and so on and so forth. We went through like 6 or 7 name changes. And somewhere in there, INSCOM divorced itself of the program because A, it couldn't fund it, B, it had been supplying the bodies out of MOS. I was 999 the whole time I was in the unit. So it was turned over from INSCOM. It was turned over to the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA. DIA took it over because they provided the huge amount of money to keep it going. They were also wanting to take charge of it because by that point, this is right when I exited, by the way. By that point, it was not being managed very well. So DIA took it over. It became a bigger headache in management for them. So there were a lot of problems with it. So in the end, it was the CIA that was told, Congress told the CIA, we want you to take it over completely, turn it totally black and bury it. Make it go away from the public eye. This has got to be so secret No one ever knows about it or ever asks any questions about it. And the CIA said, no, we're not going to do that. And the reason that we're not going to do that is because you, Congress, has just raked us over the coals for 2 years over the Project MK Ultra, where we use psychedelics for interrogation purposes. Why? Because they gave it to one of their own people at a party, and the guy thought he could fly and went on a 9-story building in downtown DC and splattered all over the sidewalk, to the disgruntlement of the CIA, his family, and a number of other people. So they just lambasted the CIA for that. So the CIA said, no, it's not going to happen. Congress went back to the CIA and said, you got this all wrong. You don't tell us what you will or won't do. We tell you what you will do. And so the CIA said, okay, we'll take over managerial authority of it, but only after a study's done on its condition. So they had 2 people come in to do the study. A woman by the name of Jessica Utz, who was the #1 analyst, statistical analyst in the world almost. Okay, never mind America. Probably the top 5 anyway from the world. And a guy named, I can't remember right now, sorry. He was a professor who had been one of our worst detractors the whole time. He said, this isn't real, it's a lie, it's all BS. And it's not real, and the government's being taken down a false trail. He was their counter to her. So they both did a study of material that the CIA gave them to study, which was 1 year of hand-selected material that we supposedly reacted to. And it was all if you had to pick the top 7 worst possible results, that's what they gave them to study. And yet the statistical analysts came up with the idea that based on that material alone, it was better than the reason you take an aspirin every day to prevent heart attack. For a lot of reasons. The biggest reason is the people who have studied it aren't wedded to it. The people who cause you to take an aspirin every day to prevent heart attack are all aspirin producers. So she gave these very brilliant arguments, still found statistical reasons why it was supported, even on the minimal amount of material given to them to review. The professor, on the other hand, same old story, held his view that it was a waste of time, never should have happened in the first place, blah, 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 and didn't give any reasons for it at all. So what they did is the CIA dumped her report, kept his, presented it to the Congress and said, this is why we're not accepting it. And Congress said, well, then shut it down. So they did. Primary reason I will tell you is nobody wants to be caught dead standing next to a psychic. It's political dynamite.
Mm-hmm.
You're toast. You get caught standing next to a psychic, you're toast. And the example they give, President Reagan's wife talking to an astrologer at the same time, we're working for him. They're crucifying his wife. And we're advising 15 of the 17 largest intelligence agencies in America.
Wow.
I mean, that's nuts. Now, I have to say, we did over 1,200 remote viewings in support of the CIA. And they are the ones that kept coming back for more for like 15 years. And they said it didn't work. You know, if you had a restaurant, I'm going to give you the example that Dr. May gives. If you had a restaurant and you invited the top 15 food critics to your restaurant the day you opened it, and 13 of them came back the next day, and 15 came back the day after, and 12 came back the day after that, and so on and so forth for the next 15 years, would you say it was a pretty good restaurant?
Yes, I would.
You're damn right you would. Nobody will stand next to a psychic, though, so what can I say? And yet we still had almost every agency we supported say and review and talk about everything we did to support them. And it's all available now. We published the science, Laboratories for Fundamental Research, published the science of remote viewing in 4 volumes, 911 pages of volume, double columns both sides, tissue thin paper, 1.4 million words. There is more science backing up remote viewing than any other subject in history.
Wow.
Will anybody read those? No. All they want to do is say, I wouldn't believe it if you told me it was real. And yet, where are we? Buried our head in the sand. Do you think terrorists can't do this? No, they can. And in fact, we have proof, or there is extant proof I know of. I can't talk about it, but I will tell you there's extant proof that there are terrorist organizations teaching people trying to use it. And there are foreign countries using it to our detriment. Our allies have tried to use it and have failed because no one sends them to the people that have the science backing it up, who know how to use it, who have made all the mistakes, opened all the doors, all the windows to getting it where it operates proficiently. They don't ask those people. So
At what point did you, we'll get into that in a little bit. What is one of the first, was the Skylab one of the first big predictions you made?
I actually made that prediction. I think it was about 6 months prior to the Skylab coming out of orbit. And I did it before I ever knew of the existence of the program that they were trying to put together. I did it because someone said, they don't know where this thing's going to come down. And I said, oh, they should. In all probability, this is where it's going to hit. And I said it was the left central area of Australia's desert, and that it would strike at a certain point and there'd be a debris field that would go out for so many thousands of kilometers.
Rewinding real quick, Skylab was it the first
big lab that we had in orbit, and it had a lot of parts of it that we knew would not self-destruct when they came back in through the atmosphere. And we were concerned that some of the larger parts of it, like I think the atomic power plant, stuff like that, was going to crash in a big city somewhere, maybe kill thousands of people. Nobody knew. The scientists couldn't predict it. Its decaying orbit was changing dramatically every so many hours because of its rotation in orbit. So they knew the decay rate and everything, but they just didn't know where it was going to re-enter. And where it re-entered and its attitude on re-entry would determine its crash point. So I think one of the large sections landed in the Indian Ocean, thousands of miles from where the predominant part of it hit, which is in the deserts of Australia. And the only thing I had wrong, I had said the hours and days. I missed it by a certain number of days, like a handful of days or hours or something. And I had it reversed because I had it going around the world this way and it was going around the world this way or something like that. So my debris field was where it would actually impact, and where I had it impacting was the debris field.
Well, from what I understand, you're only about 60 miles off,
Yeah.
and it was a 1 in 6,646,000 chance.
No, I don't know where that comes from, but I can tell you, I was about 60 miles off.
That's
Not bad.
that is
But that's not the only place. I mean, it was a big chunk of it came down in the Indian Ocean. So there were other places where chunks of it came down, but the predominant part of it came down in the deserts of Australia, which is perfect. I mean, didn't hurt anybody other than a lot of rabbits, maybe, or kangaroos or something. I don't know.
And then there is the submarine incident.
Yeah.
Can you go into detail about
Yeah.
that, please?
The target was, at the time, my understanding was it was the largest building that existed in Russia, north of the, or in the world, actually, north of the Arctic Circle. It was a what they call a coal harbor, frigid harbor. They always had these big icebreakers sitting outside the harbor. They were building something in this building, but it was not connected to the harbor, so they didn't believe it was a ship or anything. But there was a lot of material going in off of railroad cars and stuff. There's a lot of heavy guards around it. They couldn't hire somebody to sneak a camera in and take one picture. They just didn't know what was happening inside this building. So I and one of my best friends, he's dead now. He died during the project. His name was Hartley Trent. Hartley Trent and I worked at Target. And we both pretty much said the same thing, really, that it was a very, very large submarine, huge submarine. I remember somebody asked me in one of my sessions, how big is it? You keep saying big, huge. Well, how big is it? I said, well, it's about 33 feet or 30 feet shy of the length of a Soviet aircraft carrier. And probably 70 feet wide. Really huge. I said, it's like two big half submarines being stuck together this way. And there was a number of other things we said about it. I can't remember all the details now, but the most important point was up until that point, all the Soviet submarines that carried ICBMs carried them straight up and down. So they had to stop the launch. That was like an 18-minute window where they were really vulnerable. This went away as a vulnerability because this new submarine, I said, had slanted tubes. So they could launch on the move. And there were some other things I can't remember now. But anyway, Hartley and I pretty much agreed on a lot of that. But I have to tell you, he was targeted separately from me, and I was targeted separately from him. And we never spoke to each other about it because we were under orders during remote viewing to never discuss what we were targeting in any way, shape, or form because they didn't want tainted information going across viewers. So I didn't know he was reporting what I was reporting and vice versa. We sent the report to the National Security Council because that's where it was being targeted. The National Security Council had been targeting it for 2 years. Couldn't get any information on the building at all. So we sent a report in. It was carried in by an admiral by the name of Jake Stewart. I think his first name was Jake. I might be wrong there, but I do know his last name was Stewart because I had known him for some time. And he carried the report to the National Security Council, but then he brought it right back. And he said they won't accept it. They said this is just total fantasy. I remember talking to him about it, and I asked him why did they say it was fantasy? And he said, because they're already centered on something like a troop carrier or something being manufactured there, and that it's not possible because it's not connected to the harbor in any way. I said, well, tell them the fantasy is going to be launched in 112 days. It actually made me angry that they just resented the information. So I said, take it back. Tell them the fantasy will be launched in 112 days. So Admiral Stewart, I guess, went by the NRO. I don't know if that's true or not, but somebody went by the NRO and had them order up a couple overheads of the harbor 114 days out. I don't know what happened at the National Security Council, but I do know they didn't care about our report. So they probably threw it on a shelf and ignored it. 114 days later, when they took pictures of the harbor, a channel was cut to the sea. The Typhoon class submarine TK-089, first ever built prototype, was parked in the harbor, tied up to a Soviet aircraft carrier. I think they were using the aircraft carrier to blind anybody sailing by the port so they couldn't see, or anybody who was looking into the harbor. And it was about 30 to 33 feet shy of the length of a Soviet aircraft carrier.
Wow.
It was a monster. Now, what I found out later, and nobody knew, is they built 8 more of them. And no one ever saw or heard of them. So where were they built? And how did they launch those that nobody knew about? When I was in Russia with Ed May, and after Perestroika and the wall came down and all of that, I met the chief of the Red Army, or whatever they call him. And he wanted me to sign a book that I written where I talked about the submarine, because when they declassified everything, CIA declassified everything, I talked about it in one of my books. And he thought it was disinformation for 6 years. That's what he told me. And I asked him why, and he said, because it was in your book, and I didn't know about any submarine. And so I said, then why do you want me to sign the book? And he said, because I just found out it was real. So I said, so I don't get this. How do you know it wasn't disinformation? And he said, he did this. He looked around and he leaned forward and he said, I know because our spy in your DIA told me it was real. I went, oh, geez, what do I do now? So I said, would you give me the initials? He said, oh, no, I couldn't do that. They'd bury me under the front steps of the FSB. So I said, it's okay. I'll wait you go to sleep tonight. Get it from your head. That's all I could think of to say. And he ran out of the room. They came back in and grabbed this book, which I had signed. Took off with it. And then the general that I was, that Ed and I were talking to said, you got to stop scaring my generals, Joe. He said, you just got to stop doing that. I said, okay, I won't do it anymore.
Wow. So when you're tasked to do these things, how do they approach?
Well, they just tell me, Joe, you're up. And I go in a room, which they're taping and monitoring everything. And I sit down with a monitor, and the monitor throws an envelope on the table. Neither he or she nor I know what's in the envelope. In fact, nobody knows what's in the envelope except the tasker who talked to one person, which is my boss in the remote viewing unit. And he puts the envelope together. And so nobody knows. And that way you don't get leading questions. It goes wherever it goes. Now, what the monitor is there for is the monitor brings to bear left brain actions, like questions that might come up. In the interaction between the monitor and I might say something like, well, it's this submarine and it's really huge. And he might say, well, how huge is it? And I'll say, 33 feet shy of the length of a Soviet aircraft carrier. Well, that elicits more information than I might be giving at the time. So you get way more information out of the interaction between two people. One who's being left brain and trying to stay in the world of reality, if you will, and the remote viewer who's in their own world, trying to figure out what the sensations are and everything going on in their head, telling them what to say. So what we found over the years was there were many occasions when that monitor would ask exactly the right question to elicit the response that answered the whole problem. So they're both being psychic, just that one thinks they're not and one thinks they are. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So people, when they interact, don't realize it, but some are being psychic and some are not. It's a human trait. It's a human condition. Psychic functioning is normal with human beings. It's the norm. The difficulty is, I think, comes out of the fact that it's an ancient capability. It's a survival mechanism that has existed since the beginning of human. And as at the very beginning, we didn't have a language of detail where we could interact together and speak in great detail with one another about some subject. Or when we were going into a valley to hunt, we maybe went to our guide, our witch doctor, our leader, whoever, who was probably the most psychic person in the entire group, who said, hunt on the south section of that valley. And we would hunt there and find plenty of game, where if we hunted anywhere else, there wouldn't be. Or if we said, okay, we're going back to our old hunting grounds. There's 3 caves there. Which one should we meet at? Meet on the westernmost one. Don't meet on the other 2 because cave bears are living there. If they come back and find us there, they will kill us all. So it's a survival mechanism. People understood what their minds were telling them about their environment and everything. They had no other way of judging it.
So it makes a lot of sense. Where did we become this inefficient?
Yeah, where did we steer off of that?
Because with that, there's no need for language.
Right, there's no need for a language. And why? Because we lived in very small family units. The biggest tribe of people was probably 9, 10 people, all birthed out of the same families. And so we were all intimately related to one another, fighting for survival. And so we could actually read one another's minds, or the very thoughts that others were thinking in our group. Why did that go away? Well, because small groups started banding together, because there is strength in numbers. And when you have strength in numbers, it trumps small units. Strength in numbers, however, opens a flaw in the reading of minds, because now you're reading the mind of this guy who's got this woman as his primary mate, and they're not part of your original group, and you're now reading her mind and he's reading your mind, and you're the one who winds up with a spear in the back. So that doesn't work. So I think over time, not right away, but over thousands of years, what happened is we found ways for our development to change that capability from a yes, everyday kind of capability to one that was less invasive. So probably somewhere in the forebrain or the callosum or something, we started building a filter there that would prevent this occurrence from happening. And it's not a perfect filter. Stuff still gets through, but it's the outrageous, screaming, survival type stuff that gets through there now. You only see it in combat. You see it with policemen in dangerous situations. You see it with surgeons in surgical suites where something happens and they don't have time to pick the phone up, talk to their buddy, go and look at a medical dictionary or find out something special that's going to help them save a life. No, it's like right then, right there, you got 2 seconds to make a decision. They go here for it. They get it from everybody in the room and they act on it. I think that's the way things work now. It's an overriding need.
It's interesting you said this because I mean, me and you just met this morning at breakfast, and I had a similar conversation. I can't remember who it was, but they were saying it was another operator, and we were having a discussion. I can't remember what it was about, but he was talking about we'd got on this subject, and he said that he was saying he believes everybody has this type of ability, and
Absolutely.
he related it back to, he was like, remember in Iraq, Afghanistan, when we were clearing rooms together.
Yeah.
And he's like, and you can pick up on the energy of who's in that room. And
Yeah.
when I think of it like that, I mean, everything happens so fast,
but that light shoulder tap by somebody behind you would slow you down maybe just enough that you don't round that next corner so fast. You might glance back, go like this or something. You like feel each other.
But we would also, I mean, we would call it reading the room. And so it would be, women, children, men, bad guys, good guys. And that is what you go off of. You go off your gut instinct, intuition, whatever you want to call it.
The only time I saw that was at the Tet Offensive when we had to clear Pleiku City. I saw some of that then, where it's gut-wrenching to kick doors in. When you're going through a town or a city or a village or something, it's really, there's times when you don't have any problem kicking a door in and then ascertaining who's inside. There's other times when you just don't want to kick that door, It's kind of like, no, I'd rather like flashbang it first, then kick the door in. And it's an intuitive knowing that I need to do this.
So does everybody can everybody access this, or is it a gift that only certain
No, I think everybody can access it when they're in a situation where they're at great risk. I think that's when it comes to bear, because they're open to it.
Could everybody learn it?
I think to a certain degree, yeah. And in fact, there's some evidence of that. There's a guy named Han. He wrote a book on this, by the way. I can't remember his first name. His last name I remember being Hand, just like your hand. And he taught a platoon of Marines before they went to Vietnam, taught a team of Marines, a platoon actually, how to sense their way through a inspection of a hut or a village hut. He taught them in a mock village on booby traps, what to look for, how to smell them out, how to feel about a room, how to suss it out, that sort of thing. And a lot of it had to do with how they felt when they just put their hand on something. And they then followed that platoon of Marines in Vietnam for 14 months. And their incidents from wounds from booby traps, wounds and death from booby traps, was 45% lower than any other platoon in the Marines.
Wow.
Did they continue that training? No.
Of course not.
We found that if you wire these two, the index finger and this finger, just have a wire coming off these two fingers, going to a computer, and a person's wearing a pair of headsets, let's say, and they're listening to white noise, just that hiss, and they're comfortably listening to the white noise, and suddenly there's a bang in that white noise. It startles them. What happens on the recording for those two wires is what you get is a huge spike and then a quick die off. It's their emotional response to that bang. 1.5 seconds out in front of that, there's a little bump that occurs. That little bump occurs every time a startling reaction is going to occur. So he came up with the idea, you take 4 guys in a Jeep or a 5-ton or a 3/4 or whatever. You take 3 or 4 guys, you wire them together, you run them through a averaging box into a computer, and the computer monitors looking for that little bump. And when it sees one of those little bumps, it lights up 3 red LEDs in the leading edge of the helmet. And the guy driving the truck or whatever, who's operating the vehicle, is wearing that helmet. And when those light up, he stomps the brake immediately. The IED will go off in front of him.
Whoa.
Instead of broadside.
Whoa.
We set up Corps of Engineers. We got a mock village, Corps of Engineers to set the IEDs, unbeknownst to anybody. We wanted volunteers from the Marine Corps of the Army to test this. And they all agreed up to the point of actually doing it. And everybody backed out.
Why? Why did they back out?
You can demonstrate it. In a lab, you can demonstrate it. Why wouldn't you test that?
I have no idea.
Neither do I. It's craziness.
It is. It is.
But all human beings have these capacities. It's built into us. I mean, it's a survival mechanism. It's ancient. It goes back to the beginnings of human. It's the reason we covet the earth. We're in charge of the entire world now. There are no cave bears anymore, no saber-toothed tigers. The predators of humans are all gone. And we don't have long nails. We don't have extra fur. And we certainly don't have the savagery of a saber-toothed tiger. Why aren't we gone?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They are. All the predators of humans are gone from the beginning of man to now.
Except man itself.
Except man himself. And guess who the greater predation's coming from on man is man himself. So,
can you remote view through time?
Yes, not a problem. You can go back in time, you can go forward in time. And there's some proof that no human being operates in the moment, ever. We're affected by our past, we're affected by our future. We know that to be true. We just don't know what the aperture is. We do know going into the past is way easier than going into the future. And the reason why is you go into the past, all the concepts that support action in the past, you're familiar with. Like you light a stick of dynamite, it's going to blow up. And you know that because that concept's real. So you go into the past and you see a booby trap with dynamite. It's understandable. You go into the future, sometimes just hours, maybe a week or 2 weeks or a couple months. Things happen for which there's no existing concept that supports it. An example would be, let's say we live in 1970 and we target a lab, a specific room in Sylvania Labs in 1975, where they built the first pump laser, where they got it up to enough range to punch a hole through 4 inches of stainless steel. Target that in 1970 and tell me how they did it. You can't. All you can do is say, there's a beam of light going through 4 inches of stainless steel.
Mm-hmm.
How did they do that? Beats the hell out of me. It's like somebody said to me once, I got targeted on an accelerator, and I tried to sketch it. Have you ever been inside an accelerator room?
Not to my knowledge.
You couldn't photograph it. Never mind sketch it. I mean, it's like, and I told the guy, I said, I'm trying to draw this thing for 2 hours, and I finally said, oh, to hell with this. It's an accelerator. There's no way I could draw the goddamn thing. I mean, excuse me, but I mean,
Would it be possible to manipulate the past or the future?
manipulate what again?
Would it be possible to manipulate time? Some things that have happened in the past or things that are going to happen in the future?
Yeah, I suppose you could if you had enough advance warning on something. You could be looking for it to the point that you could use it.
Well, I mean, I guess you actually have already answered my question. If with the lights, and the helmet and stopping it for an ID, that would be technically manipulating the future.
The things we don't know is, does that become a permanent thing, or do people learn their way out of it? In other words, that's all fine and good. It works perfectly for, let's say, 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
And it works so well, they don't know what an IED is. And so it slowly dissolves that little bump away. And the next IED gets them all.
Gotcha.
And now you're back to,
Gotcha. I mean, I have a lot more of your remote viewings that I'd like to discuss, but another question that pops into my head is how do you keep yourself from exhaustion? Meaning, I could see somebody like you becoming somebody's favorite new toy.
Yeah.
I want to know this. I want to know that. I want to know this. I need you to do this. And so how do you did that had to have happened with all the egos in DC and then within the intelligence agencies.
The first occasion, and it's one of the primary reasons why I retired from the Army. From mid 1982 until September 1st of 84, I was the only viewer. There were no other viewers. They brought in new people, but they were self-selected. These were people who said to the general when he asked, and that was a different general now, General Bert Stubblebine. Whenever he asked someone, what do you think about this? They said, oh yeah, and I'm psychic. Okay. And he bought it and brought him back to the headquarters. But then they had to be trained to be psychic. And the training everybody bought was the training devised by a guy named Ingo Swann, who worked for Stanford Research Institute. He came up with a training system that was never approved by anybody. Everybody thinks it was approved by Hal Puthoff. It never was approved by Hal Puthoff. Hal Puthoff allowed him to do that because he needed the training system to maintain the project research. And so Ingo Swan became the trainer of the Army people that were recruited by self-selection. The problem with that is there's so much wrong with that. You now have people, like I said, anybody can remote view. I teach people. I've had one person in 16 different programs, or possibly more. I don't know how many I've done now. One person who said they couldn't remote view from the 6 days of training I gave them. At the end of the training, I always say to people, everybody who is totally convinced that they remote viewed during this 6.5 days or 6 days, raise your hand. Everybody raised their hand. And I always preface that by saying, doesn't have to be great remote viewing. I'm just talking that you know for a fact that you gave some item of detail about a target that you did not have a clue about before. And that detail turned out to be correct. That would be what you call remote viewing. They all raise their hand, except for one person. That was a reporter who was collecting data to write a report on. So I know everybody can remote view to some degree. The problem is afterwards, nobody wants to do the practice. Nobody wants to beat themselves against the wall for the next 3 years to be really good at it. No, that's when they start looking for okay, what's the easy part?
Mm-hmm.
When do I get the pill that I take?
Yeah.
And I'm a master remote viewer. Would you say that about bowling? If somebody taught you how to bowl? that's my question to them. And they go, why would I do that? Bowling's fun. Well, it's the same thing.
How clear? I mean, what state of mind are you in when you are? What is your? Do you prepare for a viewing?
That's a great question. That I have what I call a cool down period. That's where I have to get all the crap out of my head. I want to be as clear-headed as I can be when I start doing a problem. If I can't get all the crap out of my head, it just gets in the way. Or I can't control my ego, it gets in the way. I want to get all those things out of the way. So when I do a remote viewing, I have what I call the cool down period. It's where I, just slow everything down, get as much out of my head as I can before I do a remote viewing.
How long does that take you?
It was getting upwards of an hour and a half.
That's it.
Well, that's long enough when you got a deputy director hanging out waiting for his answer.
Yeah.
They don't wait an hour and a half. I'll tell you that right now. They want it right now.
I feel like it would take me a month to clear my head.
Sometimes I wish I had a month to clear mine.
Me too.
I started going to the Monroe Institute many years ago. Okay. The Monroe Institute is probably the most important place I've found in my life because I started going there when I had this problem and
clearing your head,
clearing my head. And when it got to be an hour and a half, an hour and 35 minutes, I started getting a lot of difficulties from my boss in the remote viewing place at Fort Meade. He said, go find a way to clear your head better, faster. So I said, yeah, okay. The Monroe Institute taught me very quickly how to use their technology to become calm, empty my mind, and be prepped for a remote viewing. I cut the hour and a half to literally 3 to 5 minutes.
What kind of technology is this?
They use sound there. They use different programs to elicit that response, that calming response, that ability to see something other than the immediate moment, to see something other than who and what you are. Their whole premise at the Institute is to help human beings discover that they are a lot more than what's encased in this physical body, that your spiritual nature, your whole presence on the planet, your job, everything about you is important and can be used for the betterment of human beings. And that's, I love the place for that. They teach you how to reach out and go places you just would never choose to go, in terms of development, in terms of belief, in terms of being open-minded, that sort of thing. I think maybe I like it so much because, as we discussed very early on about my angst with racism and all of that, there is none of that there at the Institute. You go and spend a week there with 20 other people, and they become family. And it doesn't matter where they're from, who they are, what they do in life, how much money they have. None of that matters. It's like 22 human beings coming together, gifted with a belief and an understanding that they're all equal. And they all have a presence in the world. They all have the power to change it. And they all have open minds, and they can all relate in some way. I've supported the Institute for as long as I've been a remote viewer. And I probably will to the day I die, because they're that good. And it's not just one individual. It's everything it was created to be. And believe me, it's been a battle hanging on to that for them, because enlarging it to a certain point would destroy that. Making it smaller to a certain point would destroy that. Bringing in too much ego would destroy that. Trainers have to earn their right to train there, or it would destroy that. Everything about it is in balance, or tries to be in balance. The fact that it has survived its developer, which is Robert Monroe, and my beautiful wife, and his wife, if it wasn't for those two women, he never would have succeeded. He brought the idea, he brought the creativity to it. He did a lot of that stuff. He obviously designed the sounds that are used, the technologies, that sort of thing. But he was like a rough cob. It wouldn't have worked if it hadn't been for his wife, who was a beautiful, wonderful woman in her own right, who was very creative and a designer at heart, and took care of the softer things, to include softening him a little bit. And my wife, who I'm proud to say was the director, actually was the first person who started it with him. So she was the chief cook, bottle washer, letter writer, drove around in a truck with a helper with the mattresses in the back, that kind of thing.
Wore a lot of hats.
Yeah, right. If it wasn't for the effort of those three people, it wouldn't be what it is today. So
sounds like a fascinating place. I
go there and reduce my cool down from an hour and a half to 3 to 5 minutes. I'm not kidding you. The technology sticks.
Wow.
What Bob Monroe made a tape for me with his sounds, and I used it for quite a while. And, tapes stretch after a while. They're no longer the same. and my tape started stretching. So I went into him one morning and I said, I was there for one of those elongated weekends. I said, Bob, my tape stretched. It's no good anymore. So he took it out of my hands and threw it in the trash can and walked away. And I said, whoa, wait a minute, Bob. I need another tape. He said, no, you don't. He said, close your eyes and remember what it sounded like. And I did. And, today you can wire me up and I can still do that. And you'll see the hemispheric synchronization occurring in my brain. Once you have that effect embedded in you, it doesn't go away.
Wow.
You can keep regenerating it just by closing your eyes and remembering what it sounded like. That's how I do my cool downs. And some of my remote viewings that I got into, I wouldn't have been able to do without it, because the stuff I did in Japan looking for missing people, typical remote viewing for that would be sometimes 6 to 8 hours. Start at 8:30 or 9 in the morning and wouldn't stop. Straight through. All I did was drink ice water the whole time.
Are you mentally and physically exhausted after a session?
No more than you would be if you were intently working on something for 6 straight hours.
Okay.
Okay. Same exhaustion. Somebody asked me once, can you do remote viewing when you have the flu? I don't know. How effective are you at your desk when you have the flu?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. It's no more difficult, no less difficult than a normal job.
Okay.
Once you get used to it.
Okay.
You beat yourself up initially.
Do you think that do you continue to hone your skills and become better, or have you plateaued?
No, I've never plateaued and I've never lost capability.
Okay.
Originally, everybody thought somebody who was psychic would be very psychic to a peak and then they would slowly lose it. There was this kind of slow failure rate. I did it for 44 years. It took 3 attempts at retirement, but I finally stopped doing it. I think that was mainly because of my habituation of going, yes, I'll take care of that. Well, that finally went away in me because it was becoming more invasive and more tiring than not. So, I'm ready to let somebody else step up.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is nobody wants to work at it as hard. I won't lie to anybody. I've had to hammer at it for 44 years. It's not magic. It doesn't happen. And then you're magically gifted. No, you have to hammer at it over and over and over all the time. And if you stop for like a month to clear your head, you got to go back to square 2 and start over.
Okay.
Because you lose that rhythm that's in that. So no, it's hard. I wouldn't lie to anybody. The problem is everybody wants a magic pill. They don't want to hammer away at it.
Yeah.
Now, I've met 1 or 2 really gifted people that could be world-class remote viewers. They don't want to spend the time on it. Well, actually, they can't. They have families.
Mm-hmm.
They have to support their families. When I retired, of course, the Army paid for everything when I was doing it. When I retired from the Army, I started, there's that proverbial ego stepping in. My wife and I started a company called Intuitive Intelligence Applications. It's incorporated now 38 years or something in Virginia. We started the company thinking that we could make a living doing remote viewing for people and companies and that sort of thing. And I remember when we started, the one thing we said to each other, well, we'll give it a year and see whether it's going to work or not. 30 some years ago. And it worked great. and the way it's worked is, it's been up and down, up and down, up and down, but because I don't advertise anywhere, it's all word of mouth, one person to another. Most of my corporate stuff, which has been very supportive, very supportive, was because I guaranteed total anonymity to any of my customers. And the reason why is because most corporations I did work for had CEOs and CFOs that were publicly owned companies. And if they knew a psychic was advising their CEO or their CFO, bad things would happen. So we just didn't tell anybody. I was like hired as the information manager or something. And there were a couple companies I worked for off and on for 15 or 20 years. And I have to tell you, I made a ton of money from them. And there are a couple individuals I worked very hard for a number of years. One guy wrote books about things like the Titanic and stuff like that. I did the remote viewing for him. And it turned out my remote viewing was more accurate than written history, because he went as far as going back to the records of the interviews with the people that were rescued and found that things I said in my reports were accurate. Things written about it by historians were wrong. Like there were two guys in the tower together when they hit the iceberg. One guy in the tower. The other guy was in the kitchen getting a tin of tea and didn't even know it was going to happen. And that's never been in history reports until my remote viewing. Now it's in history reports.
Wow.
Stuff like that.
Wow.
I started out, well, we digress too much there.
Let's talk about the colonel that was kidnapped by an Italian Marxist group.
Oh, General Dozier. Yeah, the Red Brigade kidnapped him. They took him in the evening. I think it was about 6:30 in the evening. They just kicked his door in and went into his living room, or not, into his house. And they duct taped his wife to a chair in the kitchen, blindfolded her and everything, and they took him. And so she wasn't discovered till 7 a.m. the following morning by a maid that came in. And that's the first time they knew that he had been kidnapped. So they had no idea where they took him. It was like a 10-hour head start. And they were well known for going straight into a communist bloc country with their hostage. They were also well known for collecting a ransom and then sending the hostage back in multiple boxes. So it was a pretty harsh thing that they were looking forward to. So they really wanted to find him. And so it was all hands on deck. And again, Hartley Trent did a lion's share of that work. And what I did is I kept saying, they took him to a place called Padua. Well, Padua is an archaic name for Ravenna, which was the city he was kidnapped in. And so they started thinking, well, Joe keeps saying Padua, so maybe it's the archaic part of the city, the old part of the city. So they went to the old part of the city and they found what Hartley Trent and I both described as a dead-end street. And it was exactly as he and I had sketched it. Adjacent to it was a big apartment building. So there's 4 entries to this apartment building. And the problem was is he being held in the apartment building? And if we go into the apartment to look for him, we only have a finite amount of time once we kick the door in, because they intend to kill him if they hear us coming. Okay. So we tried to work all that out. So we're doing remote viewing, and DIA took our remote viewings and put them together and sent them over to the Italians. Well, the Italians put them with all the other psychic information they got. So they got like 900 psychics in Italy who all knew where he was. And so they had this mess of psychics. So they took the top 2 psychics they knew of in Italy, and they went with the first one and went to a hotel and kicked the door in on a room and caught one of their senior statesmen in bed with another guy. Problem was, he was married and had 3 kids. That huge stain all over the front page. So they thought about the second psychic that they knew really well in Italy, and they followed that person and did what she said, and kicked another door in and caught a guy with 3 women who was also married and had kids. Was a political guy. Another big headline. So he took all the psychic material and dumped it in the trash can. Said, no more psychics. DIA and our State Department went off. No, you will use our stuff. Send it back over. My understanding is in the back seat of a jet with the guy carrying it in the briefcase, barfing all the way with the refuelings and all this stuff. So he gets there and he said, you will use this stuff. Or all my barfings for no good. And no, he suggested they use it. So they used it. So now they got this quandary. They want to go into this building. Well, in the interim, they caught a cousin or a brother or something of one of the Red Brigade's members. And he said, yes, they have a safe room in one of those apartments. But he didn't know which staircase. He just knew it was in that apartment building. So the big problem was, which entry? Well, Hartley Trent came in one morning and he said, I've been working on this all night. I can't come up with anything. All I kept getting was the smell of roses. Well, it turned out there was a rose garden in front of one of the entries. My understanding is that's the sole reason they went in that entry. And they got the guy just before he pulled the trigger on the back of his head.
Wow.
And he was chained to a radiator inside a tent that had been erected inside the apartment. His eyes and he had headsets taped over his ears. He was listening to acid rock the whole time. And his eyes had been blindfolded, and he had a head cloth wrapped around him and taped. So he had no idea where he was. Couldn't hear anything. But the whole time he was thinking of his family and everything. Well, that's something else Hartley Trent came up with. I didn't have a lot of that, but I had a lot of the descriptors of the tent and stuff like that. So what we did when he was rescued is we brought him to our unit. We flew him back to the States and brought him to our unit and handed him all the reports, shuffled them all together in a nice way and put them in a folder. And I think he spent like 5 or 6 hours going over it, over and over and over. And we asked him if he had any comments afterwards. And he said, yeah. He said there were a couple comments. One is, every thought I ever had about my families is dead accurate in this report.
You kidding me?
No. He said, secondly, he said, I can't vouch for anything that was going on around me because I didn't know. But the fact that the Italian police came in and saved me, I got to say, they knew somehow or another that I was being held and how I was being held. the 10, all the rest of that stuff is accurate. He said, I have one recommendation. You need to start a school where important people and important jobs are taught how and what to think to affect their own rescues. I thought that was a brilliant statement.
Me too.
I have no idea where it went, but everything publicized about him says, I don't know anything about psychic function, which is great. That was our cover. But another guy who was a hostage being held in Tehran, we monitored the hostages in Tehran for 14 months for their health and welfare and how they were being treated, that sort of thing. And Hartley, again, he came in one morning and said, they're going to release a hostage, but I don't know his name. It rhymes in some way with the face cards in a deck of cards. Well, it turns out the guy's name was Queen. And he was released because he had MS. And Hartley said his name rhymes with face card in some way. And I think he has MS. That's what he said. Based on that report, they sent an entire team of doctors, experts in MS, to Germany. 4 days later, they released Queen. He had MS. In the meantime, the State Department said, this whole report's bogus by your guy because none of our people who have MS would ever have been sent overseas. And he never made that claim ever in his lifetime. Well, it turned out he lied because he wanted to go overseas. So it flared up. It was in remission when he went overseas, and when he was taken hostage, it flared up. So all of that turned out to be correct. The other thing that we saw spider webs in the trees of the courtyard. Spider webs turned out to be tripwires to the claymores mounted in the trees. We saw an entry-exit possibility through the underground septic systems, and it was through the fact that there was an opening to the septic systems that was square, which was unusual. It's the only place in the world with square manhole covers because they fall into the hole if you open them, and everywhere else they're round. And it goes on and on and on.
Wow.
They wanted to insert a guy in the compound that could do nighttime reconnoitering, and the problem was they needed a reporting capability, that sort of thing. Well, there was a boat in the car garage. It had been demasted. It had an onboard radio. It had food on board. It had everything but the batteries to run the radio. It had a whole bunch of cars in there with batteries. Whether they use that or not, I don't know. But I can tell you, I got called in once by someone in the Pentagon who wanted to know why we knew as much about a rescue attempt as the top 11 people designing the rescue attempt. He wanted to know who our source was. And I said, it's psychic information. And he said that was bullshit. That he wanted to know the source, or I wasn't going to walk out of his office. And he put a cock 45 on the desk to prove it. Where'd he go with that? I told him some things about his relationships that he didn't want to hear, but I walked out of there. All my hair standing up back of my neck. I mean, stupid stuff like that. We were getting indications for months, you know, stolen vehicles, automatic weapons being put together and hidden, blockages being built out of concrete block in certain entryways. guys in hotel rooms with telescopes. I mean, it was going on and on and on. And we didn't know what to do with it, so we started putting it in an addendum. That was a mistake.
Wow. Damn.
Now, here's the thing. If we're doing that, why wouldn't terrorist organizations be doing that?
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's scary.
Yeah.
It scares the hell out of me.
Bothers me a great deal. So all you need is that little window, that little mistake to capitalize on.
What, after this, I believe, is this when you retired?
After going 2 years without any relief at all as a viewer, I said, that's it, I'm done. The General Bert Stubblebine at the time, offered me anything I wanted. Said, you want to be a line officer, you want rank, you want money, you want, what is it you want? I can hire you back as a GS-15, da-da-da-da-da. Just don't leave. I said, no, I want to retire. That's what I want. And so I submitted my retirement papers, and I waited. 2 months went by, I never saw him again. So I went into the office, the place where I got the papers done up. Oh, Bert Stubblebine came in like a month ago and tore him up, said you didn't want to retire. So I did all my retirement papers again and went to him first. Said, just sign right here, General, on the top. You get to be the first one. Oh, I really don't want to do this. Just sign right here, General. So he signed him, and I hand carried him around and retired.
What did you get the Legion of Merit for?
I got it for two things. I was surprised by it, actually. And I can send you a copy of it if you'd like to see it.
Thank you.
I was really surprised by it because it came from the office of the Secretary of the Army. Nobody wrote it up that I'm aware of. I got it for all the time I spent overseas doing intel work for NSA, ASA, CIA, people like that. And the other half was for the remote viewing that I did. It turned out I was the only one that got an award for anything done. Harley Trent should have got it. Same thing I got. Another guy, I'm not going to say his name here because his family I know really well. He dropped dead in my office, 29 years old, married less than a year, had a baby on the way. He is another friend of mine. He came in one day and I said, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be in New York. I couldn't go. There's something wrong. And I said, he handed me his briefcase. I didn't ask him what was in it. I just put it under my desk. I said, let me get you some coffee. And I went in the back room. I heard the thump when he hit the floor. And I went in and he was laying on the floor. And I felt for a pulse and it was thready. So I started giving him CPR. By then I learned CPR. And everybody came in and said, what's going on? What's going on? Because between breaths, I was screaming out the door, call the hospital, call an ambulance. And finally they came over, took one look at me doing CPR and turned around and walked out. Because what they don't tell you about CPR is you're giving this breath of life to somebody and they're puking in your mouth the whole time. And I guess they couldn't stand seeing that. But I gave CPR for like 45 minutes because they couldn't find us because they had taken our buildings off the maps.
Oh, man.
For Fort Meade as part of our security. And we were right across the street from the hospital. Finally, somebody went out the road and waved the ambulance down. And the third time it was coming down the road with a siren. Brought him in, and they brought me over to the hospital. I talked to the doctor there, and he said, I brought you over because I want you to know his blood gases were perfect. His heart was trashed. There's no way you could have brought him back.
Sorry to hear that.
That's life. I felt really badly for his family, his new family.
How did it feel leaving, being retired? I mean, you put a lot of work in. Did it, I mean...
I felt relieved. At the same time, I felt like there was so much more I could have done. But the environment was not supportive. It was terrorizing, actually, because we had as many enemies as we had friends. But I'll explain it this way. The guys on the street, agents in the field, guys that were hanging it out for Uncle Sam, loved us. Guys at the very top, senators and congressmen and generals and admirals that knew what we were doing and the effect we were having, loved us. They couldn't be damaged. They were so high up, didn't matter if they were standing next to a psychic or not. Bureaucrats in the middle, take them all, just make a big sandwich out of them and feed them to some big shark. Because they're not worth a damn. They're out for this and power.
Mm-hmm.
They can be damaged by a psychic. They don't want us standing next to them. That's my...
Do you miss those days?
Yeah, I do. There's a lot I could have done. Instead, I wound up doing a lot for companies and people. And I got to say, when you find a live missing kid, that's like, you can't beat that with a stick. When you find one that you fought with a detective over, or you fought for 5 hours with a sheriff to get him to do something with your material, and then they finally find the kid and they've used your material to do that, and they've only been dead an hour, you don't want to spend any time in the room with them after that. Because then my own desire is to just like terminate them. Mm-hmm. You're too stupid to be a human being.
Yeah.
I just feel that way. It's enraging to a certain point, and I don't know where to go with it. It's like, yeah.
How many children did you save? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Do you remember?
Maybe a dozen.
What is one that really stands out to you?
One that really stands out? I think the kid that they called me about when I was in Las Vegas. I gave a paper at a MUFON group there. Gave the paper, ate a big dinner, went to bed early. I got a call at like 2 a.m. from the mountain that overlooks where I live now, down in the valley, which is all golf courses. On the mountain, it's a ski resort. That's the mountain part of Wintergreen. And I got a call from the female police chief. They had a female police chief then. And she called me at 2 a.m. and said, we have a missing 5-year-old, and I understand you help with this sort of thing. I went, yeah, okay. I said, so what you want me to do is tell you where to go to find the kid? Yes. I said, okay. Do you know what a compass rose is? And she said, yeah. Usually if you say compass, they don't understand that. Drawing compass, whatever. So I said, I can't remember the degrees. I said, on the compass rose, you want to go to the last place he was seen. On the compass rose, you want to go to a certain degree, and you would take, I think it was 125 or 129 steps. I can't remember now. It's a specific number of steps in that direction. And when you get there, stop and just yell his name out, and he'll probably respond. It turns out the guy she sent to do that, the deputy, came back and said, there's no reason to do that. I can tell you right now, you're not going to find a kid that way. And she said, why not? And he said, because I went to a class where I was taught by the FBI on this, and kids under age 10 never go uphill. Never go uphill. So she called me back, woke me up the second time. This is like 20 minutes after I went back to sleep. And I said, yeah, what now? And she said, I was getting upset. And she said, my deputy told me that it's straight up the side of the mountain, and a kid would never do that under age 10. And I said, some pretty ugly things. I said, just go do what I told you. And I slammed the phone down and got back in bed. And she woke me up again, like 15 minutes later, just getting back to sleep again. And I said, okay, what's going on? And she said, we found him. And I said, thank you. Have a good night. I hung up. What I didn't know, and I found out later, his father told him, if you ever get lost, go to the nearest light and wait for me. Nearest light was on the back of an empty cabin. Somebody had left the back step light on up the mountain. So that's where he went. And when he got to the cabin, it was all locked up. So he climbed up on a couch on the back porch and laid down on a couch and fell asleep.
Wow.
And so this detective went up the mountain, stopped right behind the cabin and yelled his name, and he sat up and said, what?
Oh my gosh.
And
wow.
I think that was the best, because I was getting so upset with the whole thing because she kept waking me up. Just go do what I told you to do. Damn it. And I don't know where it comes from. It just comes in my head. But there's been a couple that have been really bad.
Have you met any of the kids?
No.
No? Do you want to?
No. Don't need to.
Why not?
Don't need it. If they're safe, they're back with the people who care about them. That's all that matters. I don't beyond that, I don't eat it. Anything. That's the old intelligence stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. This company didn't get wiped out. It side flanked an NVA unit, took 190 NVA. Hey, good for you. Where'd you get the info? Who cares? In fact, they came looking for me once. So I'm a staff sergeant in Vietnam, and the unit I talked to met an NVA unit moving through their area, which I knew was going to happen. And nobody was doing anything about it. So I put on lieutenant bars and went by and saw their intel officer. And he and I discussed it. And I said, if you were here and you can get somebody to provide you with a hard rock block here, maybe a couple tanks, you'll turn them this way. You got them. They're in a ravine. And that's what they did. So they came to our unit looking for this lieutenant. They're giving him an award. And I'm hiding under my cot. don't tell anybody I'm here. Oh, I'm in the hole, down under my cot. Don't tell anybody I'm here. I could have gone to Leavenworth. I didn't even think about it. I did some stupid stuff. There's a certain freedom in that, when you don't have to be responsible one way or the other.
I'd like to talk about some of your other remote viewings. Now, one in particular I'd like to discuss is you were tasked with remote viewing Mars, from what I understand. And the time period, I believe, was 1 million BC.
Yeah, 1 million BC.
Who was that directed by?
Well, when it was tasked, I was sleeping in the industrial cube, the sealed cube in Bob Monroe's lab at the Monroe Institute, because we had been working on going out of body and controlling it. And I was exhausted. So we've been working. This was Sunday, I think. And he woke me up and I said, yeah, I'm awake. What's going on? He said, well, I have some people here from Department of the Army, and they have a target for you. And I said, okay. What do you want me to do? He said, well, he said, I have an envelope here. There's nothing written on it. It's in my pocket. Tell me something about it. So it started out with a really large pyramid. And I said, first thing, words out of my mouth was, this must be a new discovery. And he said, why do you say that? I said, because it's huge. It's bigger than the pyramid of Giza. Must be a new discovery somewhere. And then he said, well, tell me something about it. That's what I want to know. And so I said, it's got really large rooms inside. It's kind of surprising because the way pyramids are built, that can't be done. You can't have large rooms inside because of the weight of the construction. So it must be some new form of construction. So are you sure this is not a new discovery? And he said, just tell me what I need to know. So I said, well, it appears to be some form of protection of survivors of some cataclysm. And they're in stasis. They're waiting for somebody to come. I said, but I think it's too late. I think they're all dead. And he said, why do you say that? And I said, because I feel like the messages I'm getting are like leftover mental images, things that they pass differently from normal or something like that. So he asked me some other questions. He moved me around in the target and asked me some other questions and things. And it turned out there were 6 specific targets that I was given in that particular case. And all 6 of them, I described exactly what was standing there. And when I say that, I mean what was also pictured in negatives by JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, California. And so I finally said, it's like a special race of people or something. I'm getting humans just like we are, but I'm not so sure they're humans like we understand human, because they're way bigger. So what do you mean? I said they're like 10 feet tall. really huge, but they're proportionately the same and very human-like. So I don't know what's going on here. I said, and the sun looks really weird. And he said, I don't care about the sun. Tell me more what's on the ground. So he was being a pretty good monitor at the time. And so we basically finished the whole line of it. And I came out. I said, what's going on? And I was introduced to these people. And the guy that had brought them was Fred Atwater, my old training officer. So this was, as far as I was concerned, was an active mission because we were still doing remote viewing with the project. And so I said, so where is this? Is this a new discovery or something? And he says, well, Bob's got the envelope. It has a target identified in it. And Bob, oh yeah, I got it right here. And he pulled it out of his shirt pocket and was opened it up as an envelope. Nothing written on it. And so we opened up the envelope, and inside it said Mars, 1 million years BC. And I said, wow. I mean, what are you going to say? But everything that's actually on the ground, I described. There is what I decided to do was the next time I was in California, I was going to go by JPL and get copies of the negatives because somebody said, oh, it's all BS. And I said, no, I think they're pictures, specific pictures for the different GPS locations. See, these were all GPSs that they read to me while I was in the box. The GPSs, in my mind, were for Earth. I never heard of GPSs for another planet. Mm-hmm. It turns out every planet in our universe has got GPSs that match the Earth's because they're all spherical, as well as the moons and everything else. So I didn't understand it to be off the Earth. I thought GPSs only worked on the Earth. So that's why I kept thinking it was a new discovery. But it turned out I went to JPL and I walked up to the counter and I had the actual card that had the GPSs written on it. 6 or 7 GPSs. I think there were 7, and I just didn't do the 7th because I was too tired. I worked on it for maybe an hour and a half. And I was tired anyway from working all day. So I walked up to the desk and the guy said, can I help you? And I said, yeah, I understand all the pictures taken in space belong to the American people. And he said, of course they do. It's taxes paid for them. I said, okay, I'd like to see all the pictures for these GPSs. And he took one look at the card and said, oh, that's the old city on Mars. And opened the drawer and pulled out a packet and handed it to me. And inside the packet are all the negatives. And I blew up the negatives, and guess what's in my book? Everything I described. An old fort, pyramids, big impact crater with a road running through it. There's a road runs straight as an arrow for 1,200 kilometers on Mars that go right through the heart of a huge impact crater. And where the road come through, you can see where the impact crater has been modified to let the road through one side and out the other. Now, here's the thing that made it real for me. The outer edges of the impact crater, they know how tall the edges are of the impact crater because there's a 1/2 inch of shadow line around them. and they know the angle that the picture was taken and from where, and the sun's position and all that. So they can tell you that the half-inch of shadow line around the outside edge of the impact crater tells you that it's 3,000 feet high, the walls of the impact crater. That's not really a super high wall on an impact crater, but what they don't tell you, and it's shown in the picture, is in the upper rim edge of the impact crater is a little triangular piece sticks out on the side of the impact crater. That had to have been put there by somebody. It's a construct. It sticks straight out at a perfect 90-degree angle. It goes like that.
Is it part of the pyramid?
No. It's part of the wall of the impact crater. So you got an edge up here, 3,000 feet up, and there's a triangular piece that sticks out and goes back in. And on top of that is a pyramid. It looks like a pyramid because you're looking straight down on top of it. The shadow from that pyramid that you're looking straight down on top of is 2.5 inches out. Now, if the impact crater has a half-inch shadow and it's 3,000 feet tall, how tall do you think that 2.5-inch shadow is? It's up there. I said to the guy at JPL, and he showed them to me. I looked at it. I said, how tall do you figure this is? And he said, really tall. And I said, well, okay, how did it get there? It had to be put there after the impact crater hit, after that thing that made the impact crater had hit Mars. It couldn't have been put there before, because the impact would have
Destroyed
blown it away. I said, this thing is literally tens of thousands of feet tall. What the hell is it? And he said, well, a lot of people think it's a shard. It kind of grew there. And I went, I started laughing.
It grew.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure the thing grew there. But who built the support for it on the edge of the impact crater? Well, nobody knows about that. It's anybody's guess. So there's no doubt in my mind that what they're saying about this old city is true, because that's true. I mean, why? It's like I ask questions about it, and they just look at you like you're stupid. Say, well, we don't know. Why did you take pictures of that area of Mars? We don't know. How do you think that got? Well, we don't know.
I mean, what is your thought process after that?
I happen to think the only aliens on our planet is us. And I have good reason to say that. I think we're the aliens on this planet because we don't give one rat's butt about this planet. We take and take and take whatever we want from it. We don't give a damn what happens to the climate, the planet, or anything else. We have shit so badly in our nest that you see people dying left and right of more and more cancers, and we got to go, I wonder why that's happening. It's stupidity. It's God almighty. But everybody wants to think we're the master race. We are human beings. We own the world. The Bible says, take control. Sounds apolitical to me. Maybe just a hint.
I mean, is that disturbing to you at all?
Very much so, yeah. Very much so. That everything on this planet, but human, cares about this planet. If a group of wolves, let's say wolves out of Alaska, if they run out of food, and they can't hunt food anymore where they live. They kill off their young, they kill off their dead, they move to a place where they can find game that they can eat. Only the strong survives, but they do it to save their family unit. And they only kill and eat what they need to kill and eat. They don't do it out of savagery, and they don't do it because they're bad. They do it because they're in tune with the very world that they live in. They understand it. They operate within it. They do what's necessary to survive only. There isn't another animal on this planet that doesn't do the same thing, except for human beings. We just take what we want, and it doesn't matter what it does to the planet. And we just keep doing it over and over and over. And it's about power, money, influence in the governments of the planet. And it's a predominant reason for war. You know, it's what keeps the coffers filling up. It's part of how we can produce something that gives us lots of money back that we can enjoy. And all it costs is a little war here, a little war there. And you know, you can't not buy more airplanes or tanks because it takes 12 states now to make a tank. That's 125,000 jobs that would disappear overnight if we didn't buy any new tanks. So you have Model 2, Model 3, brand new kind, bigger gun, you know, faster tracks, whatever. You know, we just keep reinventing reasons for that stuff. Why can't we decide to put everything back to normal and stop all the foolishness and pay people to do that? That seems to me to be a more realistic way to live on a finite planet where we're not going to kill ourselves or ruin it or in some way destroy the very thing that supports us. I think we came here because of something that happened on Mars. Were we the cause of it? Who knows?
Do you ever look more into previous viewings out of curiosity? Like perhaps
No, I can't. I can't do that. I can't target myself because then I know what I'm working on.
Makes sense.
There are things that I will work on where I know what it is I'm working on, but only because the answer is completely unknown to anyone. That might be I don't know who broke into the big museum in Boston and ripped off 3 of the finest pieces of artwork ever stolen, and where did they go and who owns them now? I happen to think they're in private collections, and they go into these vaults and sit in front of them once in a while and go, "Oh, I own it." Oh, you know, that kind of stuff. Stolen for a reason, that kind of thing. But I mean, I don't know.
Let's talk about Skinwalker Ranch. Did you have any affiliation with that?
Yeah, I was asked by Bigelow to target Skinwalker Ranch when he owned it. I guess he owned it. I'm not sure if he owned it or.
From my understanding, Robert Bigelow owned it previous to Brandon Fugel.
Right. That's right. Well, this is back when he owned it. And he asked me if I needed to go there. And I said, no, I don't need to go to Skinwalker Ranch. He asked me what was going on there. And I said, I suspect there's something bizarre going on there that no one's faced before. But then there's lots of places like that all over the planet. And it's going to take an involved amount of study. You're going to have to spend a lot of time there and do a lot of things you might not want to do. it's going to be expensive. And as soon as I said that, well, can I hire you to come out and take care of that? No, because I'll never live where you live. I'll put it that way. I think he's an interesting guy. I think he's got a lot of interest in different things that he's trying to accomplish, and I wish him all the luck in the world. But I don't need to be part of it. And I kind of blew it off a little bit. I did some remote viewing for him, but I didn't come up with anything significant. So I think he and I just decided to go our separate ways. I think they're over excited and over exercising themselves over this ranch. I think there's probably some bizarre stuff happening there, but it has more to do with its location than it does anything else. There might be, I don't know, huge electromagnetic deformity there in some way that affects machines and cows and people and whatever. But I don't think it's anything UFO related or mysteriously related to anything. I've never really seen a really good mystery other than maybe the guy in the incredible armor in Thailand. But
well, the city on Mars seems
that's pretty far out there. But I have no reason to think it's not real.
Well, I didn't mean that.
No, I understand what you were saying. I understand very well what you were saying.
This is something I'll be thinking about until I die. I guarantee it.
My problem is when you do remote viewing, I can't control what they target me against.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as some people are in charge of that want to get involved in that and know that I'm a very good remote viewer, they usually try to generate that kind of stuff. I can usually tell when I'm being fished. So I try to give as honest an answer as I can in terms of what I'm sensing. But if I feel like I'm being used in some way, I don't get anything.
Gotcha.
I just don't do anything. I just say, sorry, nothing's coming in. Have a nice day.
Can you remote view into a different dimension?
I suspect it's possible. The only reason I say that is because I've done some remote viewing on some things that are probably operational in other dimensions. Trying to think of there's one project that was going on. It had to do with a certain kind of transmissions, but I can't think of it right now. It was a form of transmission that could not be seen or picked up on in this reality. It was like transmitting sideways through our time space, but it couldn't be sensed or picked up on. It had to be in sync with whatever it was receiving. And I can't remember the details of that, but it had to do with some mysterious things that were happening around a ship. And I did some remote viewing on that. No, I can't think of a single target that I've been targeted on that was not doable.
Could you describe, what would your explanation of another dimension be?
My explanation of another dimension would be a place you would go to turn right without anybody knowing you turn right. That's another dimension. Another dimension could also be how we live our lives. Here's how I view human interaction. You and I are interacting in this room right now. We met each other formally the first time this morning. When we're all done here and I leave, if we never saw each other again, somebody could say to me, "Did you meet him?" And I could say, "Yeah, I met him." And they could say, "Well, what do you think he's doing now?" And I could say, "I haven't got a clue. He's not in my world anymore." Your world is where you are and what you're doing. And that's real only while you're doing it in that place at that time. When you change places, you're with different people. So the best somebody you were with earlier can say is, "I know what I think he goes and does, but I can't tell you if he actually does it." I mean, we make a lot of assumptions about what we all know about each other. You really can't make those assumptions because we don't know if reality operates that way or not. Two people who spend a lot of time together, like a husband and wife, share an almost known agreeable world that they operate within together because they have certain expectancies for what the other person's going to do, and they always do it. Like they always come home, or they always go to work. They always raise the money that puts the food on the table. They always do certain things. So that's a kind of a shared reality. But if one of them disappears in the middle of that, you can't say that they're in the same world anymore. They could be in a completely different reality. The best I could ever say is that when I would meet you again, you could tell me what you did. And I could say, "I believe you." But I can never know that to be true. The only thing I can actually know about the world I'm in is what I experience directly. So, having said that, it's nice to be able to be with people and say, "I believe everything you tell me because you have walked in many parts of the same world I perceive that I've walked in." Doesn't mean that we've had exactly the same experiences or we've been in exactly the same place and time, but it does mean that we've had similar things happen in our worlds, that we can identify them together and talk about them. There's no guarantee that we're not completely in different worlds, though. In other words, when I leave here, if I make a decision that takes me somewhere else, I'm actually stepping out of time space into a different time space. I'm finding it's very difficult to explain how kind of my belief structure works.
We're doing a great job.
I think that reality, we make a lot of assumptions about reality and people we know and people and things that happen and don't happen. And I think that that's not a good thing. I think we need to be more understanding about the things that we can relate to one another that may be of value to us versus what we believe about someone else, which may or may not be true. In other words, I'm more interested in sitting and talking with somebody and have them relate to me where they've been, what they did, that sort of thing. And it's not about saying, "Well, I understand that's true because history says that's true." No, I'm interested in what the person says was true because they did it. I want to believe them. Because they say they did it, might have been in a completely different world that stands alone from my world. No, there's an assumption that we're all on this planet. We're all sharing this planet, and there's no guarantee that's happening. In a construct of reality, you have to question whether or not people who go to the same place go to the same place. If you understand what I'm saying. Because there's no relation to two people going to the same place. Ideally, they might have experienced it completely differently, or it may be in a different bubble than the one I'm in. In other words, I look at reality as just a huge room full of bubbles. And when I make a decision, I'm not going from this bubble to the tangent bubble. I'm going from this bubble to some other bubble somewhere else that's within the room of bubbles. When you and I are together, we're tangent bubbles. But when we leave one another, we go to different bubbles in the same room full of bubbles. You understand what I'm saying? So reality for me is a mass of bubbles of possibility where we all go different ways for different reasons, and we collect experiences that are somewhat similar maybe, but never the same. So it's hard for me. I can always say to somebody, I trust you, I believe you, I accept what you're telling me is truth. And that's the best I can do. I can never say I know exactly what you're talking about.
I see what I mean, it's like the argument, does a tree make a sound when it falls when nobody's around?
Right.
You can't ever prove it.
You can't prove it one way or the other. Likewise, I'm furiously picky about this. Sitting in a bar in New York, and they had Kelly on TV, My Lai, butchering people in My Lai. And some guy at the other end of the bar says, if that was me, I'd never do that. And I had to get up off my bar stool and walk down to the end of the bar and look him dead in the eye and say, you don't have a clue what you would do or not do in the same circumstance. And I'd appreciate it if you didn't condemn the man without knowing. And I walked back down and sat on my stool. And the guy got up and walked out of the bar. It's like, that's truth. What he was saying, that ain't truth. That's what he thinks. There's a huge difference between what you think and what you know to be true. And I can tell you, I've seen enough in this world to never want to condemn somebody for something they do when I wasn't standing there watching it. I would never do that.
That's a damn good way to live.
Yeah. Because we don't know what we would do in the same circumstances as other people. And it's the very reason why we shouldn't put people in jail for life.
How long did it take you to arrive at this point?
To this point?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of mistakes. A lot of understanding in my own very unlearned reality, or my non-functioning understanding for how things work. And when you find that out, you find you're more tolerable to some extent, less tolerable than others. It's, I think, the very reason why I really wish I didn't know things about people through the media, because it makes me form pretty hard rock feelings about some things that I shouldn't have. And I could really digress into that easily.
Yeah, it's It's the seed that's been planted
Yeah.
that you didn't want.
Yeah, right. I don't want to hear it. And not only that, but it upsets the apple cart for me in some cases, where I would much rather be ignorant
Mm-hmm.
because then I'm less judgmental about it. When you're not ignorant, you can afford to be judgmental. And that's a wrong way to be, I think, because it doesn't afford other people the ability to explain their cause, explain their reasons, or explain why they are the way they are. Now, there's some circumstances when I think that's necessary. When would that occur? Well, I think it's necessary when you put someone in a position of authority over huge amounts of people. You have to have some truth from that person. If you can't get truth from them, they shouldn't be in that position. So they have to be answerable to some degree. So no one can have just pure authority over other people and not be challenged. They need to be challenged. And when in the challenging of them, they need to be able to step up and say, this is my thinking. This is where I'm coming from. This is why I did what I did. And you need to listen to them. And if it makes sense, then that's fine. If it doesn't make sense, maybe they're just not giving you the whole truth, or maybe you need more information or whatever. But I think when people are in charge of other people with great authority, I think they have to be very careful about what they do. Otherwise, they need to be explaining it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'd like to go over another one of your viewings. This is my last minute research that I was doing last night before breakfast this morning, and I'd like to talk about Mount Hayes, Alaska.
Okay. That's it. Mount Hayes. I couldn't remember the name of the mountain. Again, I don't know when I'm remote viewing it.
Okay.
It's a totally unknown target to me. The fact that it's been applied to Mount Hayes, I don't have any trouble with. The trouble I might have with it is the interpretation of what I might have said. Is there some form of embedded base in that mountain? Probably. Is it well known? Probably not. If you were to try to seek that out in that mountain, would it be a good thing or a bad thing? Well, it could go either way, depending on what you find. Is it a specific kind of base? That's where I start getting into issues over what I say or don't say. I've been targeted on a lot of things, and this is part of the paper I gave at MUFON. When people target me on like a UFO, what they're really looking for is a remote viewing or a remote viewer that tells them there's an alien on board this ship and they're from Polygoglia star system or something. You're not going to get that from remote viewing. What you may get from remote viewing is, in this particular case, there's an entity on board. But I don't know what the hell they're doing, Well, okay. Do you interpret that as an alien? Well, it depends on what it is in actuality, or what it is they're doing, if you want to make that leap. The problem with all of this is people have certain assumptions going in. And if I'm doing a target for them and I give them the raw input that I'm giving them, sometimes they can interpret it their own way. And that's what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Other times, they just keep the parts that support their belief or their theory, and they discard the parts that don't support it, that kind of thing.
You're saying they manipulate the truth.
Well, they manipulate
part
the
of the
remote
truth.
viewing, certainly.
And leave other sections out. What
Yeah.
did you experience?
What I did experience is there's some kind of a hidden base in Mount Hayes, and there's probably 3 different directions of getting to it, and there's probably something going on there that we need to know about. I'm talking about the pregnant we, the media we, wouldn't it be interesting to know what's going on there? That kind of we. In terms of it being actually aliens, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, because I think we're actually aliens, but I gave my reasons for that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'd have to review the result to be able to tell you whether or not I even buy my own remote viewing. One of the problems with remote viewing is you don't know when you don't know. I don't know if that says much, but
well,
there's some things you come up with that you interpret badly, that you're wrong about in remote viewing.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're the only one that remote viewed Mount Hayes.
No, there's some others too. And it may be that I'm just confirming their viewing. I don't know. It depends on how it was presented to me at the time.
Do you remember anything about a small nuclear power plant?
Yeah, I do, in fact. That's like a 55-gallon drum buried in the ground, maybe 160 feet down. They just take a tube, drop it in the bottom of the tube with 2 feeder cables coming out, and it produces power for 25,000 years or something. Goes inert, and it's buried in the ground 160 feet. In fact, I do know I remote viewed one of those once. More than once, actually. So that may be one of the ones where I did. And I said, we need these things for housing developments in the middle of nowhere. That would be a great power system for them. Wouldn't need any other infrastructure.
It sounded like you had also said something along the lines of on top of a dome, there was an emitter sending large amounts of energy into space.
I can't answer that. I don't remember.
Do you remember anything about Mount Zeal?
No, nothing at all about that.
Mount Perdido?
Perdido, that's in Spain?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember saying that Mount Perdido has a lot hidden in it because it's a mount where there's lots of, you know what a whiteout on a mountain is?
I do.
When you're on top of a mountain and the clouds come in, and if you take one more step, you don't know if it's going to be a short one or a long. Mount Perdido is one of those mountains. If you're ever on that mountain, it's like best to be careful because you can get whited out up there in a heartbeat. So there are some things that I think that are hidden about that mountain. I might have talked about that. I honestly, I can't remember this stuff now. It depends on who did the analysis and who put this together.
Okay.
And I'm trying to be fair here because I honestly don't remember what I said about some of these places, and I find it dangerous to consolidate stuff from multiple viewers, because some of the viewers might not have been as qualified. I don't know. I just don't know.
Do you remember anything about, I'm going to butcher this name, Mount Nyangani?
It's in Africa, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Only that it's part of the Zulu Nation. There's a tribe there that guards that mountain. Doesn't like people going up or down the mountain. See, one of the problems here, since we've tweaked the radars on some of the Navy planes, they've been capturing the Tic Tacs. Tic Tacs actually go all the way back to Trinity, when they set the bomb off at Trinity in the desert. That's when the first Tic Tac showed up. And that was a crash. I think it was 12 miles away from Trinity, but it was right after the bomb went off at Trinity, the test bomb. What they didn't tell people when they detonated that bomb, they didn't tell anybody that it was a nuclear weapon that went off. They told everybody in the area that it was a detonation of a huge ammo dump that the Army had been dumping stuff in for years. And that all the dust and crap in the air was from that ammo dump spontaneously going off. The problem is it spread radioactivity out for like 1,200 miles in one direction. It deposited significant radioactive material on top of something like 1,200 ranches where they raised cows and sheep and goats and chickens and pigs and all that stuff. People died prematurely in all those ranches from radiation poisoning. People who ate the animals died prematurely of radiation poisoning. They never told anybody the truth. And the problem with that is now we have things that are believed about that entire event that may or may not be true. Tic Tacs are kind of the same problem. I talked with to some degree with some people I know that are very much into the UFO field. And some of them say, yes, this in fact happened, that a Tic Tac crashed immediately afterwards. Well, it was a couple weeks later after the bomb was detonated. And the radiation might have affected it. And this Tic Tac, by virtue of the way it was described by people who discovered it first, which were kids, long before the Army came in and spirited it away, their descriptions are good descriptions for something that was manufactured, not flown in from another world or flown in from even a place somewhere out in our solar system. It actually is an object that was manufactured. Its manufacture was extremely advanced. And the kids who stole stuff out of the walls of this after it crashed, it was like hair-like stuff came out of the walls. And it tingled when you held it in your hands. And if you took it out at night, it would glow in the dark. And it did so. It glowed in the dark for like 25 years because some of these kids that stole parts of this stuff were putting it on their Christmas trees for 25 years because it glowed in the dark. So that's not human manufacture. That's manufactured by somebody else. So it stands to reason that if Tic Tacs are being manufactured somewhere, it's probably on this planet because they're not able to travel into the vacuum of space. They're only able to travel high speeds on this planet. It may be that the people who manufacture the Tic Tacs live in certain areas on our planet that are unknown to us because that's what they've done for thousands of years. It's our arrival that changed everything. So what if these are the actual inhabitants of Earth from the very beginning? And we're not. We're the aliens. And we've come in and taken over the world. And now all they have to deal with us over is how to convince us that they are something that we're afraid of. Not in reality are they capable of doing anything to anybody. They're harmless. But they were able to avoid us for a long time with their Tic Tacs because of the speed, their ability to change direction in a 90-degree turn at high speeds, and their ability to go from air to water without making a splash, all that stuff. And so we're now predisposed to think that maybe these aliens, or whatever they are, have bases on our planet somewhere. Well, they may. These may be the very bases that we're talking about. I think if they do, then they're native to this planet. We're ultimately the invader. We're the ones who came in and just started taking things and taking it. And, oh yeah, and taking it. And, never stopped. It's a hard call to make, and so some of my suggestions, I'm pretty sure, have been slow down, use my remote viewing carefully, because you need to interpret it only as far as what it says, not implies. And I think a lot of people take my remote viewing and use it as it's implied, not as its actual limit, what it says. And that's an aggravation for me because it's an irritant, actually. It kind of makes me angry when they leap to a conclusion and come to the conclusion I said A, so A plus 1 must be true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm being clear.
No, I know. I do understand what you're saying. You're basically saying that people are making assumptions based off the information that you're providing to them.
Right.
Have you ever made your own assumptions off of your own information, or have you always had the discipline to just see it for what it is?
I try not to do that. It's hard not to, but I still try really hard not to. Because like I said, I'm the only viewer that came out of the remote viewing program and went straight into a lab. I went right into SRI International. And I worked there from around 1985 until it closed in 88. When they let me go in 88, I was hired immediately by Science Applications International Corporation. So I went right into that lab. I'm the only viewer that has voluntarily gone into all the labs and been challenged on my viewing, and I've done my viewing under maximum controls. No, One other person did that. The only other person that's ever done that, gone into the labs after they came out of the project, was a young lady named Angela Ford. And Angela Ford, while she was with the unit, was treated extremely badly. Now, I have to back this up by saying Angela Ford was I don't know, I think she was a GS-14 maybe. She was a GS employee of the government. She was an intelligence analyst in one of the highest positions you can have in the Pentagon as an analyst. And she became a remote viewer. She does her remote viewing with automatic writing. Because of that, because of the fact she was different and a woman in the project under Defense Intelligence Agency, she was called a witch and shoved into a side room, and hardly anything ever done with her stuff. She got out of the project when it shut down in 1995, and came straight into the lab. And she's done unbelievable stuff in the lab because she's being honored. She's being respected. She's being given the same things I'm being given. And she does extremely well in that. So I have to say that, like, a lot of her stuff has been misused, misidentified, unused, ignored, all these things because she wasn't saying things to support what they were looking for.
Do you have contact with her?
Yes.
Do you think she would be interested in doing an interview?
Sure. I believe she would.
I would love to interview her.
Okay. I'll put you together with her.
Thank you.
When I get back, I will send her an email, talk to her on the phone, and then give you her address and everything when she gives me permission to do that.
Thank you.
She's really good. I bring her in on my remote viewing training that I do at the Monroe Institute. I bring her in for one night to answer questions. And she has fun with those, let me tell you. I'll tell you something she did. The first week in the lab, they had a U.S. Customs agent who took $2 million that was supposedly earmarked for something. He just stole it and disappeared. So the FBI was really after this guy, and he was on a most wanted list and all that sort of thing. But it was dead of winter when this happened. And so they were absolutely positive, since he loved the Bahamas, he's in the islands. He went down there, he probably bought a boat. He's living in the islands. She comes up with the fact he's in, I don't know, West Muldoon, Iowa or something. I can't remember now. It was Wyoming or something like that. So she says, no. He's way out in Wyoming or something. Nobody believes her. Every psychic in the unit is talking about the Bahamas, Bimini, Nassau, all these places. Because they're picking up on all this stuff. And she's saying, no, he's up north. Where all the parks are closed because the snow falls 6 feet deep. No. He hates the cold. He'd never go there. Not with $2 million in his pocket. So, huge argument until. And so Defense Intelligence Agency is nervous about all the psychics saying Bahamas, and she's saying East Monk, Iowa or something. Wyoming. So she gets more specific. They go back to her and say, why do you say that? Well, he's staying in a place that's right behind a Native American burial ground. It's right next to a national park. There's like 6 feet of snow on the ground, and he's the only guy in this motel. Nobody believes it. But just in case, the FBI sends a wanted poster out to all the park places in the extreme Northwest that's buried under snow. Park ranger remembers having breakfast with him, the only 2 people in the entire freaking world eating breakfast together in this drive-up diner in Wyoming or wherever it was. So he gets the fax on his machine. As soon as he gets to work, he turns around, he goes back with a state trooper, and they arrest the guy.
No way.
Yeah. In Podunk, Iowa, or Wyoming, or wherever the hell it was. And they arrest him in this motel, behind which is an Indian burial ground. And it's adjacent to a park. I think she was even more specific about what kind of park. And it's like she gets no credit at all for it until they're talking about it. The great job the FBI did on the news one night. And somebody calls in from the Park Service. So, that's not how it happened. That's not how it happened. They sent us a wanted poster on him. Our guy from the Park Service actually had breakfast with him and got a state trooper, and they arrested him and turned him over to the FBI. The FBI had no idea he was here. And the only reason the Park Service sent out the all points wanted bulletin was because she said so.
Wow.
That all came home to roost. And so she walked around like the queen bee for about a week.
Good for her.
Yeah, good for her. But you gotta, if you talk to her, you gotta talk to her about the missing guy with the bunny.
I will.
She just kept stating over and over. And she gets all this by automatic writing.
Wow.
Absolutely brilliant young lady.
I would love to have a conversation with her as well.
Yeah. You'd enjoy it. She had an identical twin sister, and they were both as good as one was as good as the other. Her sister's
Interesting.
now dead.
And you had a twin.
No, she did too. Identical twin. I didn't have an identical twin. I had a female twin. And but her sister was as psychic as she was, but her sister's dead now. And she's retired now. But and they treated her like crap. And I mean, she was one of the top analysts,
man,
in the Pentagon. And she wanted to come into that unit. She volunteered to come into that unit because she knew she had something to offer. And she did. And she still does. And we still use her in the labs. She's that good. I mean, she's really a good person.
well, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
Well, Joe, we're wrapping up the interview, and I have one more viewing, and I want to say that I'm very reluctant to ask this question.
Okay. Go ahead and ask it anyway. I couldn't leave here without answering it.
Today's your 78th birthday.
Yeah. In all its majesty.
It is my understanding that you may have remote viewed your own death, and that it happens at age 78.
I don't know about that. 78. I did have an incident when I went to Vietnam where I thought I saw my imminent death, and it turned out to be a huge assumption on my part. It happened exactly as I saw it, but it was an assumption.
Okay.
So what I think might be misconstrued here is I had a problem with an infection from one of my hospital surgeries, and I went up to New York. This was when I was 72. I went up to New York because I got my degree. I graduated with this big crowd of young kids. But it was right after I had a back surgery. And in my spinal surgery, they had a lot of staples down my back. And one was inverted. It was backwards. And they couldn't get it out. And I think somebody was back there messing with it, trying to get it out. And I said, I hope you're wearing gloves so you scrub your hands real good. And she got him, walked out, and I never saw her again. She told me something. But anyway, the doctor came out with a pair of gloves on and just took a pair of pliers and jerked it out. So we went ahead up to New York, and I graduated. The next morning when I woke up, I had a really bad infection showing on the sheet in the hotel. So my lovely wife drove me straight back to the University of Virginia Hospital. And I went into the emergency room. And they couldn't find an open OR. I was in the emergency room a long time, many hours. And I was getting weaker and weaker. My body was just racked with this infection. Turned out it was a Staphylococcus aureus or something like that. Anyway, it was a terrible infection. And I was running out of energy, so they wanted me to do an MRI. And, well, just before the MRI, I was getting weaker and weaker. And I said, in my mind, I felt like I was standing on a pad of tiles and they were falling away one at a time. And I viewed that as my energy going out. And I got to a point where only my feet were standing on tiles. And I came to the conclusion that it would just be so easy to step across and not be there anymore. And so I was contemplating this because I was done. I felt this hand grab my arm. It was my wife. And she whispered at me, she said, "Don't you dare leave me." And I went, so I started stealing energy from as many places and people as I could. So they put me in an MRI, and halfway through the MRI, I started hallucinating. So I said, "Got to get me out of here." And the doctor chided me. He said, "I thought you were a tough old Army guy, that you could deal with an MRI." And I said, "I can normally, but I'm hallucinating. So I know my temperature is about as high as it's going to go." And he said, "Nevertheless, you should have finished your MRI." So when I came out of the MRI, the nurse came over and rubbed one of those temperature things on my head. And she turned to the doc. She said, "He's not wrong. It's 107. They found an OR room immediately and reopened everything that they had done on my spine and washed it all out with antibiotics and pumped antibiotics into me for months and finally killed all that stuff. That's probably the closest I've come. Vietnam, when I got off the plane, when I arrived in Vietnam, and I stepped off the C-130, I come off that back ramp. When my foot hit the ground, I saw myself dying in a flash of white light. I knew that's it. That's where I'm going to go. an itinerant rocket attack or a mortar, big heavy mortar, or maybe a artillery round or something was going to get me. And I turned around and I told the guy behind me, and they just opened up a space behind me. Guy, nobody wanted to be close to me after I told them that. So I go through the whole time in Vietnam and nothing happened. Well, I had a few close ones, but, rattled me a little bit, but I didn't die of a itinerant round. So I get ready to leave Vietnam, and I'd also had a vision that I'd be leaving on a bright yellow plane called the Canary plane or something. I said, that's not possible. So I get to the airport and I'm leaving Vietnam, and it says, you're flying on one of those new Braniff planes. They're pastel colors, and yours is a canary yellow. It's called Big Bird or something. So I flew out on a canary yellow plane. So that came true too. But the explosion didn't. I couldn't figure that out till I had my near-death experience in Austria when I was enveloped in a white light. I went, here it is. I'm in it. I was like, yeah, I saw that coming in Vietnam. I misinterpreted it. Okay. The only thing I might have said that would have brought that out of someone would be at some of my talks when people say, well, how long do you plan on doing this? Or how long do you plan on being here? Or whatever, that sort of thing. Sometimes my comment is, who knows? I could going home. I could get nailed by somebody going home. Or I could just drop dead right in front of you. and they all get a laugh out of that, but they're not sure if I'm telling the truth or not. And it doesn't matter. None of that matters. The fact of the matter is I've come so close to death so many times that I've reached a point where my understanding is I'm still here simply because I'm not through doing whatever I'm doing. So that may be interpreted as when I'm saying I'm quitting the remote viewing work as, well, now he's done. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying I'm not doing remote viewing anymore. I'll teach remote viewing at the Monroe Institute as long as they'll have me. Or I give talks there anytime they want them. Or I do webinars for them. Anything that supports that place I'll do until they're throwing dirt on my face in the ground, because that's how I feel about it. And a lot of that may be misinterpreted by some who think, oh my God, he's going to die on us. No, usually what I tell them is if I drop dead in the next 2 minutes, it's not important.
Mm-hmm.
What's important is that happens while I'm doing something I like to do. Then it's okay. If I was doing something I hated with a passion and it happened, oh God, what a waste that would have been. That kind of thing. I don't worry about that stuff anymore. When you're 78 and don't give a shit, it's okay. I just want to enjoy what I do.
Yeah. I
Be
just
relaxed.
somebody had told me that, and we have rescheduled. And when I found out that the rescheduled date was on your 78th birthday,
You thought.
I was like, whoa.
Well, yeah.
Whoa.
What if he just goes to sleep in the chair?
Is this a self-fulfilling prophecy? But
Well, that would be something cool to catch, wouldn't it?
I would rather that not happen, Joe. But do you fear death at all?
No, I have absolutely no fear of death. I never have, actually, since my near-death experience.
What do you think happens?
what I think happens, it's like I have no absolute belief in heaven or hell. I think we just progress into a new form of what we are. And I think the real surprise, what heaven and hell is, I've given a lot of thought to this. If when you're dead, you find out that all the people you lived and interacted with are all part of you. The reason that would be a good thing is because if we as entities learn by experience, there's no way of knowing if the experience is valid or not if all we're getting is our perception of it. The only way you can know if experience was valid and had something beneficial generated by it would be if we were not only the person in the experience, but all persons in the experience. In other words, we would have to have every perspective of all the people we care about that we're part of in that experience. So in death, I would welcome the fact of knowing that all the people I was heavily engaged with my entire life were all just extensions of me. That's the only way of getting every perspective of every action you've ever taken, would be to have the perceptions of all those you care most for, or you care about, or you're part of, or your family with, or you worked with, or all of that. And I think that's true. I think that's what we find out. That's the big surprise at death. Everything we experienced has been perceived, and we get all of those perceived experiences from everybody that we've ever been part of. So in a holistic sense, we're not just us. We're all the people we've lived with and cared about. So I cannot imagine a worse hell than to treat people like shit your whole life and to find out all the damage you did and not be able to rectify that. To feel their pain. Everything, all the pain and all the bad experience and all the frustration and upset that you've given, the sickness that you've delivered to them, not be able to fix it and know that it was just the major part of you. I think that's hell on whatever. And not so much the other. I think heaven is knowing that you did everything you possibly could to soften the impact of life on the people you care about. The people that are important to you in your entire lifetime. So people have a way of making up for their failures by realizing that and understanding that it's not just them. It's everybody they're in contact with. When they do something to themselves, to denigrate themselves, they're doing it to all the people who care about them. They're all part of the same, you're all part of the same person, the same entity.
One ecosystem.
Yeah. It's a learning system. And I think it's the only way to really learn is to know all the perceptions that people who cared about you had when you did A or B or C. The only way to learn from it is to know what was wrong about it, what was right about it, how it affected people that were observing it. I think that's true learning. And that may be a design. I don't think it's a flaw. I think it's a design in the reality of which we all part of something larger. And you can call it God or whatever you want, but it's something much larger. And it deals with all possibilities. I mean, there's lots of people that exist. I say people, there's lots of entities that exist across the cosmos. What if all that's true? We think very little of ourselves if we act the way we are versus being better at it or greater at it or I don't know. Pay attention.
That's some deep thought.
Yeah.
And that's the first time I've ever heard that. And that makes a hell of a lot of sense.
Well, it makes sense to me.
Thank you.
Anyway, you're welcome.
I mean, just that that segment alone is motivation for people to do the right thing.
One would hope so. There are still those that think that's better, more power is better, and why do I want to get involved in that foolishness? Well, they'll find out. I think that's hell to pay. That's what it is later.
Wow. Well, Joe, I just want to say thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you for coming on and sharing everything that you've shared. And is the Monroe Institute,
Oh, it's a
is
great
that
place.
open enrollment? Can anybody sign up?
Oh, anybody can sign up. You can come anytime you want. Take a gateway.
Hope you're ready. There's going to be a lot of
Take a
people
gateway.
coming.
And I won't even acknowledge your presence when I see you. I'll just go, who the hell are you? Don't I know you from somewhere? You'll have a great time. I guarantee it.
I would love to come.
And you'll learn a lot about yourself
I would love that too.
and other people that you never thought you would get along with.
Well, I
Yeah.
hope to see you there.
Okay.
Thank you.
You will. I'll be around.
Perfect. But
Yeah.
I will link the Monroe Institute in the description. And
Great.
once again, Joe, I don't say this lightly. It's an honor to have you here and to get to know you and to hear about your experiences as you've
Yeah.
experienced life and just thank you.
You're
It
welcome.
was and your lovely wife too.
Oh, yeah.
It was amazing to meet
Don't
her.
leave her out. I
So,
wouldn't be in this if I'd be long gone, I think, actually. Be hard to deal with life without her.
yeah. Yeah.
I think I'd volunteer for that one-way mission. You know, I once asked her if I could write a letter to NASA and volunteer for the Mars mission. No, listen, I have enough artificial body now that I'd probably survive on Mars. She'll kill me for saying that, but
Well, thank you.
yeah, you're welcome.
All right.
Take care.
Here's the situation. You've got China, Russia, Ukraine, the border. The banks seem to be collapsing. Plus, the Chinese just negotiated with Iran.